Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's live stream coverage, live commentary coverage of the Wurth 400 at the Dover Motor Speedway for the running of the next NASCAR Cup Series race. Already the 11th race of the season. We are back live. We had to wait an extra day, obviously. The rain out yesterday for the Cup Series, so they will be racing today. They also had a rain out for qualifying on Saturday, so there may be a competition caution scheduled at the start of this race or somewhere in the first stage of the race, but more on that obviously as we get closer to the drop of the green flag and as I find out whether we do have one or not. You can let me know down in the chat if we do, but thanks for everybody tuning in. Of course, it's the first Monday race of the season for NASCAR. I think they only had two of them last year. Oddly enough, one of them was right here. I think Nashville was the other. No, Nashville they ran Sunday night. Last year at Dover, they had to rain out to Monday. There was one other race that they ran on a Monday last year. You guys might have to familiarize me in the chat with which race that was. Was it Martinsville Spring Race? They got moved another day. I think they were supposed to run at night and rain on a Sunday. Maybe that was it. Whatever the case is, we are racing today. 63 degrees, sunny for the Dover, Delaware weather. So they will be racing. And drop of the green flag scheduled for just after noon Eastern Standard Time. So, thanks for everybody tuning in. Hit the like button if you haven't done so on the stream already. 18 likes already. We're just minutes into this stream. Not even minutes, really, into this stream. And then also subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We have live race commentary streams every single NASCAR race weekend on the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series side. Flag-to-flag coverage. Post-race interviews as well as pre-race interviews. There probably won't be many today with the rain out coming. I didn't even watch any of the telecasts yesterday, to be completely honest as well. But let's get into the pre-race coverage. We got some predictions to get through. Before the predictions, though, let's take a look at the point standings coming into this 11th race of the season. Of course, there are 26 races in the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series schedule in 2023. And as of right now, Christopher Bell still leads. It's the third consecutive race he has led in points. He survived from Dirt Bristol when he initially took the points lead with his win through the next race at Talladega, and here he is going into Dover with the points lead. He does have that one win on the season, 5 top 5, 7 top 10 finishes. He's only led 154 laps compared to some other drivers who have beat him in laps led. No stage wins this year for Christopher Bell, but Mr. Consistency, and he is scoring some stage points along the way. He's just not really getting the stage wins. If he can do that again today, I think he's got a really good shot of trying to keep that points lead. He does start in second place today, which will help after the qualifying rain out. And he did have a decent finish at Talladega, all things considered. He's got a 12-point lead over Ross Chastain for the regular season championship as we run right now. Chastain is the highest running driver in points without a win. The drivers who are qualified for the playoffs based off of wins already this season, as long as we don't get more than 16 different winners, would be Christopher Bell, as just mentioned. Kyle Larson also has 2 wins on the season coming at Richmond and Martinsville, a couple of short track wins there. Kyle Busch has 2 wins on the year. He won last week at Talladega, his first win in the second race of the year at Auto Club. Tyler Reddick won the only road course race this season at Circuit of the Americas. Joey Logano has a win this year at Atlanta on that super speedway. Daytona 500 winner Ricky Stenhouse Jr. obviously has a win, and credit to Stenhouse, has had a very good season. He's 13th in points even after a 10-race stretch to start the year. It wasn't just Daytona. He's got 4 top 10s on the season. Sure, he's not leading a lot of laps, but he is getting really good finishes. We'll see if he can do it today. He actually finished second at Dover last season, so this could be a good run for him again. William Byron is the only other driver with a win so far this year as well. So coming into this race, we are currently sitting at 7 different winners, if I do my math correct. Yep, 7 different winners so far in the year. So there's still 9 spots available for the playoffs. We look at the bubble coming into this race. Chris Buescher is the last driver in on points right now at 16th. He is 11 points to the good on Daniel Suarez as of right now. Now, one of those drivers who are in the top 16 in points who will be missing today's race and will actually be missing 3 of the next 4 races is Alex Bowman. Bowman is currently 41 points above the cutoff line. He's 9th in the overall standings. Remember, they also had a points penalty, and then they got that rescinded just to get another points penalty. Not as steep of one, though, but it did knock him back just a little bit in the standings. He hasn't led a lot of laps this year, despite the strong, consistent speed that 48 team has had. He does have 6 top 10s and 3 top 5s, but missing 3 to 4 races is crucial for Alex Bowman. And if he can come back close to 100%, similar to Chase Elliott, I think he's got a shot to still point his way into the playoffs. I think it's going to come down to how the drivers around the bubble that are on the bubble right now are going to run the next 3 to 4 races on how many points they're going to be able to overtake Alex Bowman by. I could see Bowman coming back in 3 to 4 weeks being somewhere between that 40 to 60 point out of the cutoff line. One race is makeable in a Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet, especially with the speed the 48 has had this year. And he's got some good tracks coming up for him yet in the summer as well, like Pocono where he's won before, Richmond where he has won before. They go there a second time. So I do think that those will be races, and obviously races that they've ran at really well this year that they will be going back to as well before the end of the regular season. So I do think that Alex Bowman still has a shot, but it'll be interesting to watch those drivers like a Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, see how those guys run over the next 3 to 4 weeks to see what they'll be able to do points-wise in the stages at the end of the race to try to gain on a driver like Alex Bowman, who you know is going to drop significantly over the next few races. So now that we've looked at the point standings, we've got the predictions to go on to. While we're on NASCAR's website, I'll show you how to join the Fantasy League. Go into the NASCAR mobile app or website. You get 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing if you win the regular season or playoff championship in our Fantasy League. KRC League, KRC in all caps, capital L on League. I'll put it in the chat real quick, and then I'll show you how to get there. And I'm going to be filling my team out as we go as well, because I keep forgetting to put it in until I start the stream. So that's a terrible habit for me. We'll take a look at the point standings as well in the league as we go into it. But on the NASCAR mobile app or website, it doesn't matter what page you're on NASCAR's website. I'm on the standings page, but even if you're on the homepage, go to quick links. At the top of the quick links, you see Fantasy Live. Click on that. Takes you right there. Pretty easy, honestly, to get to on NASCAR's website. If you're on the app, you have to go into... There will be like 3 bars at the top left-hand corner of the screen. Click it, and then you'll see Fantasy Live open up or Fantasy open up, whatever the one. I think it's Fantasy Live, I would imagine, just like it is on the website. So, yeah, you click on it, and then there's a sign in, sign out. Obviously, if you're not signed in, all you have to do is put your email in. It's free to join, but you do have to be a subscriber of the channel as well. You can't win the regular season championship because we're already 10 races in. But you can still win the playoff championship because everybody will qualify for the playoffs as long as you're in the league when it starts. So you might as well just get accustomed to it. It's never late to join. So that is how you join. We have some drivers to talk about prediction-wise on who I think will run well and not run well in today's race. I've got 2 don't-have picks, 2 sleeper picks this week, and 2 must-haves that you should have in your fantasy lineups. Let's see here. As usual, we usually start off with the don't have picks. Alrighty, let's see. I'm terrible with not pulling my notes up before the race starts. I do a great job taking the notes and getting in-depth analysis going into every race of the season, but I do a terrible job of pulling it up before I start the stream. All right, here we go. 2 don't-have picks this week. I'm going very bold with these don't-haves. These are drivers who I don't think will get top 10 finishes, and they're probably 2 drivers that you would think are maybe locks to get top 10 finishes if you're just looking at the driver name, how they've been running maybe this year, not this year. We're going to start off with Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has not been great this season. It's kind of similar to how he started last year, where he was kind of outside the top 16 in points for a while. Then he ended up getting a win in the middle of the regular season, which propelled him into the playoffs. But outside of the 2 wins he had in the middle of the season, he was not consistent at all until the playoffs started. That's kind of been the case this year too. Now he is in the top 10 in points. He's scoring stage points, but he's not getting a lot of good finishes. He only has 3 top 10s in the first 10 races this season. That is not good for Denny Hamlin. I remember last year around this time, I think he only had like 1 or 2 top 10s through the first like dozen races as well. So very similar start there. He has led a few more laps at this point in the year than what he did last year, but still not showing great speed on a consistent basis. On top of the 3 top 10 finishes at Dover specifically, 3 of his last 6 races, he's had two finishes of 21st and then a 19th place finish. And then the other 3 races, he did get top 10 finishes, 2 top 5. So he's very 50-50 at Dover in recent years. I remember he had a fast car last year, but he ended up getting wrecked out on the front stretch, or had some damage on the front stretch after Cody Ware had spun off of turn 4. I think Hamlin was either leading or in second behind Chase Elliott at that point in time, middle of the race. He did recover to obviously finish 21st, but at the same time it took him out of a chance to win. So I think Hamlin can have a quick car this weekend. He was top 10 in practice, but he will be starting a little bit deeper in the field, starting 13th today, so about mid-pack. There is a capability for him getting a top 10, but the reason why I am going on the side of I don't want him on my fantasy team. I don't think you guys should have him on your fantasy team as well. And the reason being is just simply because, like I mentioned, it's just too big of a risk. He's 50-50 pretty much at Dover over the last handful of years, so I would definitely stay away from the guy. Next driver to stay away from is going to be Kyle Busch. So Kyle Busch has had speed this season, but the speed has kind of dwindled off on the shorter racetracks, I've noticed. Phoenix was kind of the first race he semi-struggled this year. And then we got into Martinsville, Richmond, and they just didn't look quite as quick. Now, Dirt Bristol was one thing, but that was on dirt, and so I'm not even going to include that. But the Richmond-Martinsville races, RCR and really Kyle Busch just didn't have a lot of speed in those races. On top of that, their Dover success has been lack thereof. They haven't. I'm talking RCR as an organization. RCR at Dover has not had great runs. They only have 2 combined top 10s with the number 3 and the number 8 cars in the last 6 races. So that's 12 races total if you count the 3 and the 8, and only 2 top 10s in those 12 races for those cars. Kyle Busch is starting on the pole today because qualifying got washed out, and his win at Talladega and where he sits in the point standings has helped him get a good starting spot, the best starting spot of any driver in the field today. Austin Dillon was not very quick yesterday. He's starting at the rear of the field, but I just wanted to point out that he wasn't that quick yesterday in practice. He was 31st overall, and Kyle Busch was 29th overall in practice yesterday. So kind of similar to what we've seen at Dover in the last 6 years for RCR, is that they just don't bring quick cars to the racetrack, and I think that's been the case here even for Kyle Busch. For whatever reason, they don't have the data. Now, obviously, the track position is going to be big for Kyle Busch. I could see him falling back fairly quick in this race, especially because they had the minimal practice. They didn't even get to qualify, so it's less laps on the track. It's going to be a green racetrack with all the rain they had yesterday, so it's going to be a lot of tire fall off in this first stage. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, based off of what we saw at the green racetrack and practice on Saturday, that I would not doubt that we could see a lot of early cautions in this race as well. So maybe there's a chance that he could lose some positions on some restarts. I think once they get strung out, Dover's usually one of the harder racetracks to make passes on no matter the car. It's easy to get alongside another car, but it's very difficult to complete the pass. We saw that in the Xfinity Series race as well on Saturday, but I will say Kyle Busch is just a risky start. He hasn't had the greatest runs at Dover in the last few years as well. 27th and 11th place finishes in 2 of the last 3 races. So kind of similar to Hamlin. Kyle Busch has been kind of 50-50 here in the last few years. He either runs really well or he runs abysmally finish-wise. So I would probably lean towards staying away from Kyle Busch as well. Maybe you've started Kyle Busch a lot this year. You can only start a driver up to 10 times. This is a good week to rest him. So now we're going to hop into the sleeper picks for this week. And the first driver going to take on the sleeper pick is going to be Brad Keselowski. His only, the only win for RFK last year came on a concrete oval, banked racetrack, maybe the most similar to this, and that would be Dover, where Chris Buescher got the win. Brad Keselowski led a lot of laps that race. I think he won a stage as well, and they were probably the 2 fastest cars in the field. You fast forward to this week at Dover, and Brad Keselowski's got a really quick race car. He starts in the 4th place position after qualifying got rained out, and he had a good top 5 finish last week at Talladega. But on top of that, he did run very quick in practice. In fact, he was the quickest of anybody. He was top of the charts in practice, so I think he's going to have a good run. The Fords have been really good on the short tracks this season as well. Honestly, that's really been their only strong suit this year, especially for the RFK Fords and the SHR Fords. They ran really, really well at Richmond, especially SHR. Same goes for Martinsville, and I think Keselowski could have a good run here today at Dover. Hopping onto the Ford bandwagon as we go to the next sleeper pick, and that's going to be Ryan Preece in the 41. And that 41 car has had a lot of speed in recent weeks, even though Preece hasn't had good finishes out of it. If he could put a full race together today, I think Preece gets a top 10. He has had fast cars in the last few races, again, mostly on short tracks. You look at Richmond, he ran top 10 most of the day till late race restart. Martinsville, he led a lot of laps at the beginning of the race, qualified on the pole, but once he was mired back in traffic, he couldn't make his way forward in the dirty air. So a tough break there for him that day, and it was based off a speeding penalty, so it was a self-inflicted mistake. If he just minimizes any mistakes, he'll have the car, let the car do its work. I think he'll get a top 10 finish. So look for Ryan Preece to have a good run today. He is starting fairly deep in the field with qualifying getting rained out, so even though he had speed in practice, couldn't really show that speed in qualifying. He was top 10 in practice, by the way. I think he was 9th or 8th or 9th. I think he was 8th overall in practice, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, Ryan Preece, I think he's a good pick for your fantasy team for like a garage spot, too. If he doesn't run as well as I would have predicted, then he could just stay in your garage and you can use the other 5. Preece probably not a guy you're going to use a whole lot this season. So we have 2 must-have picks for this weekend. These are 2 guys that you should absolutely have on your fantasy team. No ifs, ands, or buts. I think they're probably going to be maybe the 2 drivers that will compete for the win more so than some other drivers, and that is going to be Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Larson. Then I'll give you my win pick at the end of it. So we'll start off with Martin Truex Jr. He finished 4th or I worded that weird in my notes. He finished 4th or better in 8 of the last 11 Dover races. This is definitely one of his better racetracks. I think really the tracks 1 mile and less in length really suit Martin Truex Jr.'s driving style since he went to Joe Gibbs Racing. They've had fast cars pretty much everywhere. Dover, obviously a good one. Got his first career win at Dover back in 2007. In the spring race, he's a 3-time winner at Dover overall, as he also won the 2016 fall race with the 78 team Furniture Row Racing, and then also with JGR in 2019 in the spring. So he does have a win with this organization here. I think he can compete for the win. His brother Ryan Truex got the win in the Xfinity Series race on Saturday. I know that has nothing to do with Martin Truex Jr. on track, but Martin Truex Jr. looking fairly quick this week, 7th in practice. Starts 17th because of qualifying getting rained out, but I think he can make his way through the field. That 19 team has had some very good pit stops, I've noticed, over the last few weeks as well. They've been leapfrogging a lot of positions on these short track races in recent weeks, so I think that could help him, especially if we see a bunch of early yellows, like I'm expecting to see at least 2 cautions for incident in the first stage, and the first stage is the shortest of them today. So I'd probably lean towards Martin Truex Jr. having a pretty solid day and maybe an outside chance at the win. Kyle Larson is the next driver who I think is an absolute must in your fantasy team for this week, and he is actually my pick to win the race as well today. He does start 18th after qualifying got washed out yesterday, but he was 2nd fastest in practice overall. Had a good 5-lap average. There were only like 4 drivers that ran a 10-lap average. I think the handling was just so poor for a lot of those drivers on the green racetrack. They just wanted to make sure they weren't going to wreck their stuff. So nobody had any long runs. That's really the only question mark, is will Kyle Larson have long run speed today? That's something Hendrick Motorsports didn't really go with in both the Martinsville-Richmond races recently. They've gone more with the short run speed, so they were kind of lacking the long run speed. They would be good for about 40, 50 laps, and then they'd taper off after that, and they would fall into the back half of the top 10. So guaranteeing a top 10 for Larson at the very least today. He's been very, very good at Dover. He does have 1 career win here back with Chip Ganassi Racing in the fall race of 2018, if I remember correctly. It might have been 2019. I could be wrong on that. It was 2018 or 2019, but it was the fall race, and it was with CGR at the time. 14 career starts at Dover for Kyle Larson. He has finished 12th or better 13 of those 14 races. That is absolutely insane. That's how good he is at this track. His worst finish is 25th. That only happened once. And he's finished in the top 10 in 11 of those 14 career races as well. 7 top 5s in the last 13 Dover starts and 11 top 10s in the last 13, as just mentioned as well. So Kyle Larson, this is a great track for him. It's a great track for Hendrick Motorsports. He led a lot of laps here with HMS a couple of seasons ago back in 2021 when they ended up finishing 1, 2, 3, 4. And on top of that, Chase Elliott won last year with the next-gen car here. And I do think that Kyle Larson is going to get the job done at the end of the day today. I picked Larson to win 2 times this year. Both times I picked him to win. He came close. Vegas and Phoenix back-to-back weeks, he did not get the win. I picked him at Dirt Bristol as well, actually. So I picked him 3 times this year. And he led a lot of laps at the beginning, lost track position, then got in that wreck with Ryan Preece and ended up, unfortunately, costing him a chance at a really solid finish, maybe even a shot at the win because he had a very fast car there as well. The races I didn't predict him to win when I predicted him to be fast, he has won. So I'm going to hop back on. I'm going to say he's going to win, and if he doesn't win, he's probably going to have a really solid finish because that's kind of been my luck if I picked Larson this year. Already the 4th time I picked him, but that 5 team has had a lot of speed this season, so I do expect him to have a pretty solid day today. So that is, that's going to be that. Rounding out my fantasy team here for a moment, so sorry if you don't hear any words coming out of my mouth for the next few minutes. Want to make sure I get this before it locks. Taking Chase Elliott over Chastain. Going to take Chris Buescher over Chase Briscoe. I'll take Keselowski over Blaney. And I'll take Bell over Harvick. Bell's, I mean, they've both been really consistent. See, look at that. Even NASCAR says good bet, Kyle Larson. He is the Vegas odds favorite. I think on FanDuel he was plus 490. And then he was like plus 450 elsewhere as well. I got to pull up the chat real quick and see what you guys think of some of it. Got like 9 minutes. Yep. Pick is Stenhouse. Oh boy, that's a bold pick right there. He did finish second here, and as I mentioned very early on in this pre-race, that he has had a ton of speed this year. He's actually 13th in points through 10 races, so it wasn't just the Daytona 500. I think winning that race definitely helped him, kind of similar to what happened to Michael McDowell back in 2021 when he won the Daytona 500, and that like upstarted the first half of the season. He was like top 16 of the points. Very similar to how the season has gone so far for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as well, so you can't deny that has definitely helped that program of GTD Doherty Racing out a ton so far this season. Doran Davis, Mark Witkowski, JC1424, Kyle Lance, Mark DeMars, Kenneth Clark, Chris Davis, Robert Perkle, Dale, Farmboy 2, Hopeful, Tim Brown, Melinda Leverett, Joshua Neely, Irina Sayre, Cheyenne, David Niehoff, Mark Thomason, Harry T, Philip Moore, Stu Isaac, Wade Solinsky, and others. Welcome into the stream. I haven't really looked at the chat till just now. What's up? Go Kyle Busch. What's up is, I think Undisputed's on FS1 right now. By the way, I unfortunately, I had it in my ear so I can listen to like the race and stuff. So I had the earplug automatically in my ear, even though like the pre-race broadcast isn't on, obviously, because they're running on a Monday. So they have their normally televised programs on FS1 on right now. And I ended up, I was listening to Undisputed. I don't watch usually like sports talk shows anymore. I used to watch like Sports Center all the time when I was younger, but I don't really pay as much attention to it anymore. I feel like now it's just like, it's two guys just like bickering and arguing with each other back and forth. It kind of feels like a cross between like shout out to Jerry Springer, of course, unfortunately just passed away a couple days ago, but it kind of feels like an episode of the Jerry Springer Show / like Real Housewives like combination, but they're talking about sports instead of talking about like, you know, like does my face look ugly or something like, or you're not the father, or instead of that stuff, they're talking about sports the whole time. Like that's like the only thing. It's like a cross combination of that. It just sounds like too much drama, too much bickering. I'm not that kind of person. I'm usually pretty even keel, so I don't care for that kind of stuff. But I just figured I'd say that because it was on, and Um, yeah, that's kind of my take on like sports talk radio. A lot of the like sports stuff I listen to is on YouTube, even for like other sports. A lot of good YouTubers out there in other sports world, on top of NASCAR, of course. Alrighty. I got to make sure I get my bet in here on FanDuel real quick. If you're wondering what channel the race is on today, the race is on Fox Sports 1. Now, it was originally scheduled for FS1 yesterday as well, so it's not just because of the rain out. It wasn't originally supposed to be on the main Fox network anyway today. It looks like the odds have shifted a little bit for Larson. It's plus 450 on FanDuel now, too. I'm running out of time here. I got like 2 minutes to get this bet in. Just had somebody send me some so that way I can get them in, so... Took till the last minute here. It was my fault on that. Alright, got that in. Alrighty. One thing I noticed last night, so I was on FanDuel looking at like all the race stuff, and I was looking at it, and they still have Alex Bowman in there for like odds to win races. I was like, that's weird. And then also on the head-to-head, it has Martin Truex Jr. versus Alex Bowman this week, and I was looking up at a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, all right. So I kind of figured that it was going to be voided, like the bet would be voided if you take like one or the other because Bowman's not racing, right? But I figured, I was like, let me just see just to make sure. So I put money in on Martin Truex Jr. to win this week, and I was like, worst case scenario, I get the money I put back in, or it's an automatic win because Truex is the only one racing. I just want to see if there's like a glitch in the system. So I'm going to see if it kind of breaks. I would have to imagine from everything I looked and even, what I was thinking as well, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to try it just to see, but I'm pretty sure it would be void. It would go as like a non-bet because neither driver ended up, or both drivers have to start is what I was like reading up on, which is what I also figured. But, yeah, I figured I'd take Truex because what the heck? I mean, worst thing that could happen is it goes as a non-bet, and I end up getting my money back there. Let's see. Belize Bambino, thanks for tuning in. Mike George, Tim Brown, Patrick Shatterley, welcome into the stream. See some of your picks also. And I also need to get the raw feed up on the website real quick. I don't think it's up on NASCAR's website yet. So I apologize for... Oh, no, it is. Okay, there we go. I say pole qualifying round 1, Group A. Okay, that was just while I was loading. I was confused there for a second. All right, there we go. We'll go through the starting lineup here in a few moments as well. Got the chat on my phone now. When's the race supposed to start? Very soon. I'm not sure exactly what time the drop of the green flag is scheduled for. Looks like quite a few people have stayed the race out to Monday. Credit to all the fans at Dover this weekend for that.
Start your engines!
Well, there it is. There's the command, so we're only minutes away from the drop of the green flag. Patty and Rundy Creations, thanks for tuning in. Rusty Wallace in the booth this weekend for FS1 as well, alongside Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, like every week. We'll go through the starting lineup of today's NASCAR Cup race at Dover, the Wurth 400. Kyle Busch is going to be on the pole for the start of today's race after his win at Talladega last week. A two-time winner already this year, trying to go for back-to-back. No driver has been able to do that other than William Byron so far this season. Christopher Bell is going to start on the outside of the front row, and second as well, comes in as the regular season points leader by 12 points over Ross Chastain. Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski will be in row 2 in this one. Neither one of these two drivers have ever won at Dover. Best starting spot for Brad Keselowski in an RFK Ford so far on a short track this season, and we will see if he can take that team back to victory lane for the first time in a long time. Chris Buescher on the inside of row number 3 with Chase Briscoe to his outside as well. Row 4, Tyler Reddick and William Byron. Byron, two-time winner this year. Hendrick Motorsports has won the last couple of races at Dover. They're trying to go for 3 in a row. And of course, Reddick has a win this season already as well. Came at Circuit of the Americas 5 weeks ago. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Chase Elliott will be in row 5. We mentioned Stenhouse off to a hot start this season, winning the Daytona 500. 13th in points coming in, looking to keep that consistent stretch up. He finished runner-up at Dover last season. And defending winner of this race, Chase Elliott, back for the third straight week following the injury he had in a snowboarding accident. Trying to recover himself back up in the point standings and looking for a win to qualify for the playoffs. Eric Jones and Kevin Harvick will be in row 6 for the start of today's race. Harvick still winless this year, but top 3 in points. Great season thus far in his final season. Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain will be in row 7. Chastain, a top 4 here last season. Denny Hamlin led a lot of laps, didn't get the finish he wanted. Looking for a good finish today. Daniel Suarez and Ty Dillon will be in row number 8. Suarez just outside the cutoff line for the playoffs coming into the race today, looking for a good, consistent run, looking for a lot of stage points and a good finish. Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Larson, this is the row you want to look out for. And row number 9, 2 of my favorites to win today's race, including Larson, who has finished in the top 10 in 11 of his last 13 races here. And both are former winners at the track. Truex, a 3-time winner at Dover as well. Eric Almirola and Austin Cindric will be back in row 10. Cindric also just below the cutoff line as of right now. Kind of a sophomore slump for him so far this season. Looking to rebound at the Monster Mile. JJ Yaley and BJ McLeod in row 11. Good starting spots for both those cars after good finishes last week at Talladega. Josh Berry filling in for the injured Alex Bowman will be on the inside of row 17. Bowman out 3 to 4 weeks with an injured vertebrae in his back following a sprint car crash on Tuesday night. And Ty Gibbs, the rookie, making his first career start in the Cup Series at Dover today, starting alongside him. Justin Haley and Joey Logano fairly deep in the field in row 13. Logano has not had the season he would have hoped for today, looking to turn it around, but he has to start deep in the field. Corey LaJoie and Bubba Wallace will be in row number 14 today. Wallace so close to a win at Talladega last week, but that team has had good speed the last 2 weeks, looking to keep that good speed alive again today. He was top 10 in practice yesterday, or 2 days ago, I should say. AJ Allmendinger and Ryan Preece will be in row 15 for this one. Preece has also had quick cars the last few weeks, looking for a solid finish though today. Harrison Burton and Michael McDowell will be back in row 16. McDowell coming into the top 20 in points, also just outside the cutoff line into the 11th race of the season. Noah Gragson and Brendan Poole will be in row number 17. This is Poole's first start in the Cup Series this season for Rick Ware Racing. Todd Gillen and Austin Dillon will round out the field. Dillon in a backup car after crashing in practice on Saturday morning.
Range Chevrolet, Regan Smith caught up with our winner, Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch getting ready to climb aboard the 8-car winner from last week. You got the pole today. How key is that going to be with the track position battle?
Well, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? You're the first one to every corner laying down the rubber first, and so you're going to burn your tires up a little bit sooner than the rest of them. But you'd rather have that, I think, just being out front, having that track position, having that calm caution. Hopefully we made a lot of adjustments to our race car from the other day. Hopefully everything goes our way, and this Lenovo Camaro is as fast as we want it.
Good luck today, Kyle. Thanks. Mike?
Thanks, Regan. Let's have a look at our Wurth 400 starting grid for today's race, set by the metric because there was no qualifying. Kyle Busch, a 3-time Dover winner, and Christopher Bell, who finished a Dover Best 4th last year, is your front row. Ryan Blaney got his second runner-up finish of the season last week, and Brad Keselowski got his second top 5 of the season last week at Talladega. As did Christopher Buescher. He got his first Dover top 10 last year, and Chase Briscoe top 5 in the last 3 races. Tyler Reddick has his best Dover start ever. William Byron finished 4th in 2 of the last 3 races here. And in row 5, Ricky Stenhouse, last year's runner-up in this race and 2-time Dover winner, including this race last year, Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott last year from the point to the checkered flag. Picking up his second win at the Monster Mile.
Solid chase up. How about you, Chase Elliott, sporting the boys up in the Fox Sports booth? You got us?
Yeah, man. How's your Monday?
Well, it's good. We're all here, ready for you. Been a little bit different weekend. Mother Nature wasn't very good to us. A short practice session on a green racetrack, but we just watched your highlight reel from the win last year. Are you still thinking that we have to win to make it into playoffs? But you had a great weekend last weekend, a lot of stage points earned. Do you think you can point your way in?
Yeah, I mean, I think the points are probably a bit far-fetched. Honestly, if you're not in contention to win races, over the course of these next 16 weeks, it probably doesn't matter anyway. So, win is really on our minds and top of mind at that. So that's what we're focused on, and I think we're very capable of doing that.
I would agree more. Last year's winner, good luck out there.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. Y'all enjoy.
Chase Elliott rolls off 10th. Today, you can win $5,000 of Clit's cash for free, whatever he didn't leave in the casino last night across the backstretch. Fox Bet Super 6 for your chance to win. Download the app and enter your 6 race predictions. If all 6 of your picks are correct, you could win big.
You're right. That's all you got to do. Free to play, guys. Get on that app. Put them picks in. Still time. Monday's race is here. It's now. It's go time, Rusty.
Tell you what, this is going to be exciting to watch. Who's going to come from the back to the front? There's a lot of cars that are back there that are real capable, but they're all messed up now because of this metrics, the way they're lining everything up. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here.
So a lot of variables today. Let's go down to pit road and to our crew chief. Let's begin with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, it's been an emotional week for Kyle Larson, and it all started with that vicious wreck at the end of the Talladega race. And then a couple days later, at his dirt race, his teammate Alex Bowman was injured, and he's set to miss the next handful of races. But the good news for Kyle Larson, I talked to him this weekend on Saturday. He said, I feel fine physically. And on top of that, after that short practice session, he was about the happiest driver with his car throughout. Rumor in the garage today, the 5 team is the team to beat. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie Martin Truex Jr. started the season out strong at the Clash with a victory, but in points-paying races, it's been 54 races since Martin has won. Insert Dover, one of his best racetracks, got his first career win here, has 3 wins overall here, and on Saturday, his brother Ryan Truex won the Xfinity Series race. Asked Martin how he felt about a Truex sweep of the weekend. He looked at me before he got in the car and said he felt very good. Larry Mack.
Yeah, Regan, this 1 mile track from a crew chief standpoint is a challenge under normal conditions. And as we know, things have been far from normal. I've talked to anywhere up to a dozen crew chiefs, and it was like listening to a recording. We have no idea. We just don't know. They're very anxious to get this first 20 laps under their belt. Look at tire wear, look at driver feedback. How aggressive do they get with these changes, Mike? The way I see it, it's a great day to be talking about these decisions and not have to make them. So.
Stage breaks will look like this. 120 laps at stage 1, 130 in stage 2, final stage 150. So fairly similar in length, but the first stage is the shortest. 35 miles per hour is the pit road speed. Fuel window, same as the Xfinity race on Saturday, about 85 to 90 laps. And there is a competition caution scheduled for lap 20 after the rain from yesterday, and of course qualifying getting rained out on Saturday as well. Green racetrack, 59 degrees, sunny, 15 mile per hour winds coming down to the southwest in Dover, Delaware today. A cooler day for sure. 1 to go this time by at the start-finish line. They'll be going green the following time by. Kyle Busch will lead the field to the green. He is on the outside lane. Now on the Xfinity race on Saturday, the outside was the preferred lane for the choose rule, but the inside lane did get to the lead on a handful of opportunities, so it's very 50-50 throughout most of the race on the front row, at least, for which lane you wanted to line up in. And that'll be interesting to watch today, the more restarts we get as well. Corey Free, Ethan, Ryan Jensen, NASCAR Vintage 17, David Bowling, Linda Bollinger, also welcome into the stream, everybody. Just over 100 people watching already. Haven't even gotten the race started yet. Appreciate everybody tuning in on a Monday afternoon. Obviously, unprecedented circumstances for this week compared to our usual live commentary, live stream schedule for the week, but we are adapting. We are still here, and that means we only have to wait 6 days until the next Cup race. We will have live commentary all throughout next week, as well as the NASCAR Truck and Cup Series head to Kansas Speedway on Saturday and Sunday. So more on that later in the stream on start times. As for right now, though, it's time to talk about today. We are about to go green. Pace cars on pit road. Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell leading the field to the green. Former teammates leading the field to the green for the start of today's race at the Monster Mile. Green flag is in the air. We're racing at Dover. Busch gets a great launch on the initial start. Easily clears Christopher Bell. About 2 car lengths clear in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Larson already going to the outside. Thought about taking it 3 wide on both Eric Jones and Ross Chastain. Thought better of it. Brad Keselowski had a quick clearance of Brian Blaney on the back straightaway. Initially pulled down to the bottom to file himself in the 3rd place position behind Bell. Blaney and Briscoe still side by side. Briscoe very close to clearing the 12 car, crowding him a little bit down into turns 1 and 2, now giving him a little bit of room to try to round the center of the corner. Blaney clipping the asphalt down on the bottom of the track just below the concrete, got a bit loose in turns 1 and 2. Next quarter he does pass the 14 of Briscoe. A lot of Fords qualifying, or I should say starting in the top 10 based off of their finish from Talladega the week before. Both RFK Ford starting in the top 10 in today's race. An SHR and a Penske car also starting up in the top 10. Busch has led the first 2 laps, though, so far. And now it looks like the 17 and the 24 battle side by side. Byron maybe just let the 17 go off the exit of turn 4. In doing so, he almost got ran into from behind by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. off of turn 4. Single file through most of the top 10. Harvick trying to battle with the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. But simultaneously, while doing so, the back straightaway, he actually pulled down to make a block on Eric Jones to protect the inside. Jones about to lose a spot now to Daniel Suarez. 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th are those 4 cars on the racetrack. Suarez will complete the pass for 13th on Jones, and he does slide up. Jones had a good launch off the exit of turn 2, but he cut the 99 a little bit of slack as Suarez slid up in front of him. And Chastain just behind them as he's lost a couple spots on the start of the race. Speaking of losing spots, Eric Almirola stuck in the outside. And with this being a green racetrack, very one groove all the way around. You'll see that groove widen out over the course of the race today as rubber gets laid down. This concrete surface, it tends to grease up the racetrack quite a bit. And you're only going to see cars maybe slip and slide further and further along these long green flag runs. There's a lot of tire wear building up on these tires in that short practice session as well. So this competition caution lap 20. I would not doubt if most of the field comes to pit road. We're 13 laps away from that point right now. And there were quite a few tire failures at the last concrete oval, of course, last year at Bristol. In that race, we got to hope that that doesn't happen again today. We didn't really have that many in the Dover race last season. Cooler temperatures slightly than what we had last year, though, so we'll see if that will maybe help the tire fall off a little bit. Typically with cooler temperatures, it tends to give the track a little bit more grip. So there you go. Jamie Little just screaming in my ear about 10 sets of tires for each team's given today. They have given them an extra set with the competition yellow coming out early in this race. So they were originally scheduled to have 9 sets, now 10. So we'll have to keep an eye on that if we get quite a few yellows. So far, caution free through the first 9 laps out of 400 today. Kyle Busch has led them all. Continues to gradually grow his lead over Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin is up to 10th place. Chase Elliott has lost 3 spots over the last few laps, dropping from 10th to 13th. Martin Truex Jr. up a few positions, and Kyle Larson stagnated back at 17th, right around where he started. Austin Dillon, who was in a backup car to start today's race, still back in the last place position, trying to feel that car out with its first laps on track. He only had 1 lap before he ended up wrecking his primary car back on Saturday morning as well. Larson gets by Eric Jones, almost got to the inside of Ross Chastain in the same corner, was all over his back bumper. Josh Berry now to the inside of the 43 car. This is one of Berry's best tracks in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. He has finished no worse than second in 4 races here at Dover. And we will see, 3 races I should say, at Dover. And we will see what he can do in today's race in his first Cup start at the track. Finished second in the Xfinity race Saturday, has a win and another second place finish in his other 2 races. Everybody gripping right around the bottom of the racetrack, nobody even attempting to move up in the first 13 laps. Denny Hamlin also passing another car. Looks like Chase Briscoe's lost quite a few spots since the start of the race. He started in row 3, and it looks like he is going to get passed by the 19 of Truex, who is already up 7 spots from the start of the race for Truex. Chase Briscoe back to 13th. Chase Elliott going to get around him. Ross Chastain looking to get around the 14 as well. Unbelievable, and Briscoe just can't get to that competition caution soon enough. Larson underneath him. Justin Haley looking to get around the 14 now, and Briscoe has fallen from 6th place starting spot all the way back to 16th. 10 spots lost in these first 15 laps. And he was settled in that 6th place position where he started for about the first 5 laps or so before he started to fall. Denny Hamlin continues to move forward as he battles his own car. Tyler Reddick in the 45. Reddick lets his owner go, and Hamlin is now up to 8th. Stenhouse up a couple spots to 7th, and he is pressuring the 17 of Chris Buescher for 6th. Haley gets by the 14 of Briscoe. And now Josh Berry on the inside of Briscoe as well. Briscoe may fall outside of the top 20 as we're still about 4 or 5 laps away from the comp caution. Kathleen Schwartz, Dale Campbell, the Hungry One, Kevin for the win. Troy the Great, and others welcome into the stream as well. Yeah, Briscoe definitely having an issue with the handling of his car. Without a doubt. Bubba Wallace has lost quite a few spots in the start of the race as well. He's back in 32nd. Now, he started a lot deeper in the field, obviously, than Briscoe as well, but he is definitely free-falling. And everybody's still on the lead lap and will likely finish on the lead lap here before the comp caution in 2 laps. Briscoe maybe playing a little bit more defense on AJ Allmendinger, trying not to lose any more spots knowing the caution is coming soon. Ryan Blaney battles Brad Keselowski for 3rd on track. Gets to the inside of the 6th. They'll be door-to-door down the backstretch into turn 3. And Blaney will complete the pass on Keselowski off of turn 4. And it does look like both those Fords are slowly reeling in the 20 and the 8 who pulled out ahead for those first 10 to 15 laps. Blaney maybe showed a bit more long-run speed than the drivers in front of him as for making the pass on Keselowski, and now he is quickly within about 2 car lengths of Christopher Bell. He's running about a half a lane to a full lane off the bottom, where the other 3 cars around him are sticking glued to that inside line next to the black asphalt down on the apron still. So he's finding a little bit of speed as that groove has moved up just a slight bit. Ryan Preece also moving up a short bit off the bottom of the racetrack as he makes the pass on the 77. And the competition caution is out. So comp yellow is out. Caution free up to that point for the first 20 laps. Very windy day. Dover, Delaware. The wind is tailing. It's a tailwind down the front straightaway and a headwind down the back stretch. So the opportunity to make passes may be a little bit more likely going into turn 1 versus turn 3 today, with that being the case. Not that this track has a lot of drafting opportunities with the short straightaways only being a 1 mile oval, but it will still help. Rita Trussell, thanks for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, be sure to hit the like button on the stream and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. They're both free. We have had only 50% of viewers over the last month on the channel that are subscribed to the channel. So I appreciate all you guys watching these live commentary streams every week, but be sure to subscribe. We're on the road to 5,000 subs right now, and it helps out the channel a ton as well for YouTube algorithm purposes. It's the third race on Fox Sports 1 this year. They'll have a few more before NBC takes control of the second half of the season. It's hard to believe we're already this quick into the year that Fox only has like 5 more races left, I believe, after today. Kansas, Darlington. Well, I guess technically 6 if you count the All-Star race. But Kansas, Darlington, then the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro, followed by the Coke 600, Gateway, and Sonoma. Or Sonoma, then Gateway. Is it Gateway, then Sonoma, or Sonoma, then Gateway on the schedule? I think it's Sonoma and then Gateway. I think I had it right the first time. Could be wrong. Could be wrong on that. Villanor, also welcome into the stream. You guys will get to listen into the pit reports all day long as well, as we are getting close to the field coming onto pit road. Pace hadn't really fallen off a lot from the start of the race, but I would still imagine a lot of the field is going to pit here. But we'll see if some drivers will gamble. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of them further back in the field, like a Larson or somebody else that maybe had a fast car Saturday in practice, trying to get that track position. Ross Chastain also outside the top 10, hasn't gained a lot of spots. The Toyotas, though, Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin have gained quite a few spots off the start of this race today. Be interesting to see what they can do moving forward, as we're very, very early into this 400-lap race.
Final exit, little loose entry, but not bad overall. Small air pressure adjustment, 4 tires. The 24, William Byron. Keep your eye on him. He said, this car is doing everything I need it to do. It's keeping turn through the corners, and that is a dangerous thing. 4 tires only, Regan.
20 Christopher Bell told his team the balance is good, just a little bit free into turn 3. Doesn't want to change anything right now, though. In the 8, Kyle Busch told his team, I like this race car. As you see trouble on the 20 car with the right front. Told his team he likes his race car. Said, just tighten me up a little bit for the start.
A little mistake on Bell's pit stop at the right front. 3 wide off of pit road as Hamlin swings out of his box. A lot of spots lost for Bell. He was in second. He's going to be outside the top 10. It was that slow of a pit stop. Tough break for Bell. And now we really get to see how fast that car is, as he's going to have to come from behind in traffic. A little contact out of the pits as well. It looked like the 48 had crowded the 24 potentially into the pit wall. Very, very tight, narrow pit road at Dover, especially as all 36 cars came down at once to make their first stop of the day. We'll stay right here on our coverage as well as Fox goes to a full screen commercial break. Don't believe anybody stayed out of the pits. I think they all came in. They probably had to come in to make it on field at the end of the stage, now that I think about it too. And even then, it's still going to be close on fuel. The fuel window is 85 to 90 laps. And when we go green, we're going to have a little over 90 laps to go yet in this first stage. So even with the caution, I don't know that these guys are going to be able to run the rest of the stage without pitting again. So that could turn into an interesting fuel strategy race here to the end of the first stage of the race. Something to keep an eye on if we continue to stay wreck-free in this race. Frank Powers also welcome into the stream. Joseph Kai. Wolfgang Rim. Yeah, the 48 of Josh Berry crowded William Byron coming out of the pits. Berry swinging out of the box. Hopefully Byron didn't hit the wall, because if he did, They might have to bring that car back onto pit road again. Kyle Busch did easily win the race off pit road, so he will maintain the race lead. Like Ryan Blaney lost a few spots on pit road as well. Went in third, came out seventh. I talk about it a lot because I'm a Ryan Blaney fan, but ever since the start of the 2022, or I'd probably say about the 2022 season, really since the next gen car, Ryan Blaney's pit crew has been god awful. Like, they lose him spots on a consistent basis. Like, they're lucky if they get like a net gain of 0. They're lucky to go in the same position they came off of pit road with a 4-tire stop. I mean, it is insane. There are some races where they surprise me, but most of the time they consistently lose like 1 or 2 spots on pit road like every single time. And in this instance, they ended up losing 4 spots on pit road. It's happened ever since, trying to think, what it would have been 2021. If I'm thinking correctly, they changed the pit crew. And I don't know if they ended up moving the pit crews back, but the 12 team had the best pit crew at Penske. And then they ended up giving that team, the pit crew team, to Logano at the end of the 2021 playoffs to get him into the championship 4. And I don't know if they switched him back or not, because honestly, ever since then, they've been terrible. But really, it's been around the introduction of the next-gen car, too. So maybe they just haven't adapted well. I don't know. Speeding penalty for Kyle Busch, so never mind on him maintaining the lead. Too fast entering pit road. That's tough. Speeding entering pit road under caution.
Well, there went that gift or the metric that gave us the front row. We just gave that up. This track position is everything to these teams, and that crew chief said it. It's going to be a long, hard road, but if anybody can get it done, they've obviously shown that they can get the task.
I'm going to tell you one thing.
So Brad Keselowski will now be the leader on the restart. William Byron will restart underneath him on the front row. Played NASCAR 09, ran a 13.9 and qualified 43rd grade. 13.9 where? Yeah, I've never played NASCAR 08 or NASCAR 09. I'll get there eventually on the channel once we get done with our NASCAR 07 stuff. Matthew Dordo Bruno, thanks for tuning in also. They'll be going green this time by, for anybody wondering. Kyle Busch led up until the pit road speeding penalty during this competition caution. He was the only driver that got penalized on pit road, and he's going to be back with his teammate Austin Dillon at the tail end of the field. They'll be 34th and 35th on the restart. Byron and Keselowski on the front row into the Geico restart zone. Both RFK Fords really on the outside for the front couple rows. Green flag back in the air. Byron got a better launch than Keselowski, and he's going to pull clear into turn 1. So similar to what I mentioned briefly in the pre-race about the pit, or not really the pit lane choice, but the choice of the choose cone on the restart, is that the inside and the outside of the Xfinity race was pretty even. Oh, Keselowski, big moment, turn 3. Saves it. He's going to lose a ton of spots. Meanwhile, there's a crash on the backstretch. Noah Gragson has compacted the inside wall head on. Caution flag is out. Now, that might have saved Keselowski, because he may get a couple spots back out of that depending on what area they were at when the caution came out. Like Gragson got into the wall after contact with Brendan Poole off of turn 2. Knocked the outside wall and then ended up sliding down towards the inside wall on the back straightaway towards the rear of the field. Nobody else was collected. We're under caution for the second time. Tough break for Gragson. Came close to a win at Talladega last week. Restarted on the front row in one of the overtime restarts. For making a mistake, causing an accident. And tough start in the early going of this one. He was mired back in traffic and now maybe out of the race. Didn't look like there was a ton of damage on the car, but it did look like something may have been broken in the right front suspension area of the race car. Keselowski, I don't think Hamlin got into him. Hamlin was right around that left rear corner panel. Maybe had gotten the 6 car a bit aero loose from the rear of the car. Maybe took the air off the spoiler, whatever the case was. Keselowski moved way up the racetrack in the middle of 3 and 4. Hamlin squeezed by for second. Now, as they are under caution right now, it looks like Keselowski maybe scored back in the second place position. So that's what I was talking about. The caution came out almost simultaneously when that happened. So there's a chance that Keselowski may actually get the restart in the front row again. Byron, after taking the inside, getting to the lead initially on the restart. It'll be interesting if he maybe takes the inside again here. Or if he'll go to the top where everybody has picked so far. Brendan Poole, new driver. No, not really. I think he ran nearly full time in 20... Man, what season would it have been? 2020? Wasn't it Premium Motorsports in the 15 at the time? And then Rick Ware Racing. I don't know if they bought the team out or if they, just bought the rights to the 15 car. But I don't think it was Rick Ware Racing in the 15 at the time. Maybe they merged. I really have no clue. But I don't think it was Rick Ware Racing in the 15 when he drove it. It is today, though. He was scheduled to run the full season that year, and I don't think he ended up actually running the full season. I think he ran most of the year, but Jeff Sperry also welcome into the stream. We'll be heading to the choose rule this time. Gregson scored 2 laps down under caution right now. The outside is as preferred. I feel like it's more even. One thing I did notice from the Xfinity Series race, specifically, it does seem if you're on the outside of the restart and you can't clear the car on the bottom off of turn 2, you tend to lose the lead that way. Like if you can hold side by side at the very least on the bottom through 1 and 2, there's a very good chance that you're going to come out with the lead into 3 and 4. Byron obviously more restarts on the front row this year than Keselowski, so that may have come into play as well of just the experience he's had with this next-gen car of restarting on the front row and the lack thereof for the 16. Now they get the one to go signal lap after what I originally thought. Byron will take the top. Keselowski in the bottom of row 1. Then you have Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin in row 2, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney in row 3, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Mark Truex Jr. in row 4, and then Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez will be in row 5. Robert Galletley, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it does seem like Kyle Busch has a lot of speeding penalties. Him and Kyle Larson, I notice, have a lot of pit road speeding penalties. Denny Hamlin's another one. Like, those three drivers, they tend to speed on pit road all the time. It feels like it's all the time. It'd be hilarious if after I say that next pit stop, Larson and Hamlin end up having speeding penalties too. It's like, see, I told you. Every week with these guys. Oh yeah, Blaney's pit crew stinks. Another restart, and William Byron times it out just as well as the last one. He will be clear. Keselowski again does not take off. Well, kind of stacked up the bottom lane just a bit. Hamlin will pull clear for second off of turn 2. Chastain going 3 wide to the outside of his teammate Daniel Suarez and Ricky Stenhouse, and he clears everybody. Josh Berry may have scuffed the wall in front of him off of turn 2. His car seems to be fine as all tires are up into 3 and 4. Still door-to-door for the lead is Keselowski and Hamlin on the front stretch. Keselowski side drafts Hamlin before diving to the bottom, and another wreck on the front straightaway. Suarez is around, backing hard into the wall as the 77 car of Ty Dillon. And also involved, can't tell who that is, maybe BJ McLeod in the 78. Suarez was 3 wide middle off of turn 2. But they were not 3 wide, I don't believe, when they got into 3 and 4. So it'll be interesting to see what happened to Suarez on the replay. But that is not something Daniel Suarez needed. And it looked like he just got loose, slapped the wall on his own, spun across the track, and then they started wrecking behind him as they were checking up after the accident. Yep, Suarez just a little bit wide off the exit of the corner. Self-inflicted mistake there. He had Chase Elliott underneath him, but Elliott gave him plenty of room. Suarez lost control. Couple of hard hits there for him. That was a pretty hard hit for Ty Dillon backing into the wall. It did crush. So that should be good, you would have to imagine. Less force of impact for the driver to withstand. And hopefully he's okay from that, because the rear impacts have been kind of the worst. The rear and head-on impacts with the next-gen car. Under caution once again for the first lap after a restart. And that will probably knock Suarez out of the race because he had quite a bit of damage. If he does continue, he is going to be pretty far off the pace. Noah Gragson, who was still in the race after his first incident, will get the free pass. He was 2 laps down, so he'll now be 1 lap down. I would imagine Ty Dillon is definitely out of the race because he's got a lot of damage to the back of his car. Suarez getting loose off turn 4. Yeah, got a little over 160 people watching right now. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in here today. Our most watched race of the season, no surprise, still the Daytona 500 to this point. I think the second most watched was just a couple weeks ago at Richmond, I do believe. We did not have live commentary last week. I went to Talladega, uploaded some race highlight videos, though, from the grandstands, as I'll do for every race I go to in person as well. So you can check that out on the channel if you haven't done so already. Give you guys a real feel for maybe what it's like to attend a race in person. They were driving better on the qualifying tires. Well, they didn't actually qualify, so they would have been fresh at the start of the race. Sid for Brains, welcome to the stream. No problem. It's the reason I have off of work on Mondays, just in case the rain out. Now, if we get into issues where they rain out multiple days in a row like they did at Texas a few years ago, Might run into some sort of an issue being able to commentate it then, but honestly, at that point, I'd probably call off. I mean, let's be honest. Or ask for an early release or something. Again, if you are wondering, the race is on Fox Sports 1 this afternoon, as it was originally scheduled to be on FS1 yesterday. Kyle Busch has some damage to the front of his race car as he maybe ran into the back of somebody in the checkup of that. Remember, he had a pit road speeding penalty, restarted at the back of the field. Suarez had a moment, chased the car up the track, into the wall he went. Now, Kyle Busch was actually the driver who ran into the back of Ty Dillon, which turned him around, for Dillon smacked the inside wall pretty hard. So Kyle Busch couldn't check up quickly, and now he's got damage to the front of his race car, which is not going to help the aerodynamics of that race car going forward. Tough break for Busch. Take a look at where the spotlight drivers are running thus far in Stage 1 from the pre-race predictions. The must-have picks of Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., my win pick, of course, of Kyle Larson as well. Larson is in 10th place after starting in 18th today. Truex started in 17th, and he is up to 6th. So they're both moving forward as predicted. Both the sleeper picks are running well. Brad Keselowski in 3rd right now. And then, I guess Ryan Preece isn't running as well. He is back in the... Gotta find him. Where's Preece at? 26th. He did start 30th, so he's only really passed the cars who have wrecked in front of him so far. So he's staying put. It looks like Kyle Busch is on his way back to pit road also, by the way, as they check the damage on the front of his race car. Little tape job being made on the splitter, trying to keep it down. And then they don't have picks of Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. Obviously, Busch not having a good run. Back at 27th, speeding penalty, and then involved in that last accident. Damage to the front of his race car. Also, Denny Hamlin having a pretty solid day, up to 2nd place right now. Looking very quick. Honestly, looks like one of the quicker cars in the field in the early going, but a long race obviously still to go. 3 cautions in the first 40 laps of this race. I predicted a few cautions in the early going of the race, and that has been the case so far with the Comp Yellow, and we have not had a full green flag lap since lap 20 when the competition caution came out. They will not get the 1-to-go signal this time by either. William Byron is currently the race leader, ever since Busch did have the pit road speeding penalty. Also showed a replay of the restart. Oh, no, never mind. Replay this same incident. That was right in front of Christopher Bell, who had a bad pit stop, and they were back in traffic as well. That's a pretty hard hit for Ty Dillon into the inside wall. He's in the garage. Daniel Suarez also moments ago just pulled into the garage. Toe link issue on the right front of Suarez's race car. And he is now walking to the infield care center. Suarez was outside the top 16 in points coming into the day. He's going to lose points on the cutoff line. Still a little over half the regular season to go. He was very good on the road courses last year, and we still have 4 more left of the regular season. Of course, 1 at Sonoma. That's a track maybe to look forward to Suarez having a good run this year as well. But definitely not a good start to the year for that 99 team, and they've got their work cut out for them if they're going to want to qualify over the next 13 to 15 weeks. I did just realize I didn't even put a poll to see who you guys will think to win this race. Apologize for that. Would have had Kyle Busch in there because he was on the pole. I'll put Hamlin because he looks fast. Truex Jr. Larson. Who will win today's race? All right, so I just put up a poll in the chat for who you think will win today's race. I'm just gauging that off of who looks the fastest in the early going of this one. And we will close that just after the start of Stage 3. Green flag back in the air with Byron and Hamlin on the front row. Byron has been perfect on the restart so far. Keselowski spins the tires again. That's the third time he has not taken off well. Chastain, just as he did last restart, goes 3 wide to the top, this time on Buescher and Truex. Off of turn 2, it's going to be narrow. 17 car sandwiched in the middle, and again Chastain completes the pass. 2 restarts in a row. He went 3 wide to the outside and passed 2 cars. Gassed it up in the center of 3 and 4 now to get to the inside of Keselowski. Almost closed the door on him late. Didn't quite do so, and now the 1 is battling for 4th. What a restart. Set of restarts, really, for the 1. Also, Ryan Blaney, who lost 4 spots on pit road, has also had a couple good restarts as he's rallied back to 3rd very quickly. Keselowski stuck on the outside. Truex will pass him, breaking into the top 5 for the first time today. Keselowski, the number 6, falls to P6. Josh Berry's on the move as well. He's up to 8th place already after starting outside the top 20. 3 wide, middle of the pack. Kyle Busch trying to get spots back. Passes the 21 and 41 on the bottom. Great move by Busch. Car is actually handling maybe a little bit better, at least the first couple laps into the run with the nose damage following the last accident. Priest clears Burton. Burton got really loose off of turn 4. Yawing the right rear all the way up towards the wall. Bubba Wallace also getting spots on the restart. He was back at 33rd when the comp caution came out, but he has rallied to 22nd. So whatever was wrong at the start of the race, they may have made some adjustments that have worked out for that 23 car. A lot of the Toyotas showing speed in the early going of this one, and Wallace just had to start deeper in the field than all the others. Same goes for Ty Gibbs in the 54. Richard G. Lynch. Mano Cladmeyer, thanks for tuning in also. Martin Truex Jr. seems to be a man on a mission right now. By the way, what happened to Kyle Larson? Oh, he's in 9th. I didn't see him for a second. I'm used to seeing on the Fox leaderboard a white number 5 with like a blue background, not a blue number 5 with a red background. Threw me off a little bit. I was like, where's he at? I thought he was in the top 10. I was like looking down the top 20 and I couldn't find him anywhere. Yeah, Larson's still in 9th. Top 5 right now through 48 laps. William Byron leads by 0.2 of a second over Denny Hamlin in 2nd place. Ryan Blaney's 1.5 seconds back in 3rd. 2.5 seconds back in 4th is Ross Chastain, and Martin Truex Jr. just behind him at 3 seconds off the lead. Even spacing in the positions really 3 through 6. But fairly tight for the lead right now. Byron having the clean air advantage out in front. Byron's led more laps than any other driver this season. Just less than 500 laps led already this season coming into this race. Obviously, he would have eclipsed it already. He only needed to lead 14 more laps to get to 500. He has already led 23, most of which under caution here in Stage 1, but continues to lead off of this last restart as well. But he is going to be the guy to beat on the restart so far, the way he gets those launches. Denny Hamlin was able to at least keep touch with him a little bit. Byron a skosh quicker, about a 10th quicker than Hamlin that last lap as he widens the gap out to about a half a second between the 24 and the 11. Still 70 laps to go on the stage. Now the caution laps that we have ran back to back to back there, this could allow drivers to make it upfield to the end of the stage. Every team still has 9 sets of tires left to the end of the race, so plenty here for these final 350 laps. Fastest lap of the race has been ran by Byron already as well, a 22.93, and that was ran on lap 45, which was the first couple laps after this latest restart. In fact, everybody in the top 11 has ran their fastest laps of the race off this most recent restart. Really the first time they're getting a chance to get a feel for the car following the adjustments made during the comp caution, because they did not get a green flag lap in of racing between the 2 restarts before then. Joey Logano back in the 19th place position. He started deep in the field. He's gained a few spots, but maybe not moving forward as quickly as he would have hoped.
I mean, I go off by stats too, but he seems like Joey is always like a closer. I talked to Mr. Penske. I can always count on Joey to close a deal when it needs to be that way. Well, he's going to have to get a better handling car to do that today here at Dover. But that's one guy I always got my eye on him because he's so doggone consistent.
The Penske team has kind of struggled here. Only one top 5 finish in the last 6 races at Dover. We'll see if they turn that around today. With Blaney sitting in 3rd, Cindric in 15th, and Logano in 19th right now. Jamie?
Well, as we reported, Daniel Suarez said he just snapped loose and he got into the wall. What were the conditions like there, Daniel, in those first 30 laps?
I mean, the conditions were perfect. I don't think it was anything to do with the track. The track was good. The car was very good. For how quick I lost the car, I think I have a tire going down or something because it happened instant. I didn't even, my car wasn't loose and I didn't have a warning or anything, but very unfortunate to get out of the race this early in a racetrack that we normally run very well.
Daniel Suarez out of the race early along with Ty Dillon and Noah Gragson. Suarez was running 9th before the accident. Kyle Busch just went past Ryan Preece. Looked like he was going to get another one right there in that corner as he continues his march back up to the front. He's now working Corey LaJoie, overcoming a speeding penalty back at lap 22.
Starting to see the track widening out. Definitely widening out in the bottom. As tires wear out, your lap time starts slowing down. You know, you're asking so much out of the car, pulling that thing down on that bottom of the racetrack, pulling on that right front, then you're back on the gas through the center of the corner, asking a lot out of the right rear. Just wears your tires out. So eventually you make that track a little bit bigger, start diming it up in the centers. And I'm seeing some guys like Kevin Harvick. You see Bubba Wallace move up there in the middle. Even Kyle Busch behind Eric Jones right there. I think that when that starts coming in, that's when the passes really start happening.
So we're 60 laps into this race. We had a competition caution at lap 20 where everybody took at least 2 tires. We'll see how the rest of state.
Fox going to a commercial break. We'll take the first rundown of the full field running order in today's Wurth 400 at Dover. William Byron has opened up a 9/10 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd, Ross Chastain 4th, Martin Truex Jr. in 5th. Brad Keselowski settled in 6th, Chris Buescher at 7th, Josh Berry 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th. Chase Elliott in 11th, Christopher Bell 12th, Kevin Harvick 13th, Tyler Reddick 14th, Austin Cindric 15th, Justin Haley 16th, Michael McDowell 17th, AJ Allmendinger 18th, Joey Logano 19th, and Ty Gibbs is 20th. Bubba Wallace 21st, Ty Gillen 22nd, Kyle Busch up to 23rd, Eric Jones 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, Ryan Preece 26th, Chase Briscoe in 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Eric Almirola 29th, J.J. Yeley 30th, Brendan Poole 31st, Austin Dillon last car in the league lap in 32nd. B.J. McLeod 2 laps down after he was involved in the last accident. He is in 33rd, and then everybody else out of the race. Noah Gragson 34th, Daniel Suarez 35th, and Ty Dillon 36th today. 63 laps complete out of 400 at Dover. You're listening live here on KRC. We'll take our first quick break of the race. T. Van, thanks for tuning in. Marvin Davis, also welcome to the stream. Kyle Busch is the best to ever fart in a fire suit. Oh, jeez. Hey, I'm pretty sure Dale Earnhardt farted in his fire suit back in the day. He would be one to deny it, I feel like, but I feel like if Richard Petty did it, he'd be one to tell the tell. Sounds like something he would do. He's very open about those inside racing stories. I heard a story recently about him falling asleep or almost falling asleep behind the wheel of a race. He was talking about he was a couple laps ahead or whatever, and he was just kind of basically mollywopping the field, I guess, at that point. And he was talking about he about dozed off, I guess, and almost hit the wall, and then he was wide awake the rest of the race after that. you imagine? Just beating the field so bad that there's just like no pressure. You just fall asleep behind the wheel of a race car. Especially back in those days, too. I guess it was on a short track, but still. Back in those days where there wasn't as much safety. It'd be the worst thing that could have happened. William Oliver Cardosa, also welcome to the stream. Yeah, Byron out in front right now. Definitely one of the cars to beat. I would have thought that Martin Truex Jr. looked really quick. Kyle Larson started to propel himself through the field. He's actually passed 3 cars since the commercial break started. The Toyotas looked very quick at first, but maybe it's the Toyotas that might be lacking the long run speed versus usually we see the Hendrick cars lack on the long run speed in recent races, and the Toyotas have had the long run speed, but it almost looks like a polar opposite today. Tyler Reddick going to move past Chase Elliott for 12th as they are back from the break now. Austin Dillon going a lap down at the hands of William Byron. So Byron beginning lap traffic now. The tail end of the field as we still have about 50 laps to go yet, stage 1. Again, fairly even stage lengths in today's race. Usually you see the first stage a lot shorter on this type of racetrack that isn't a symmetrical mile and a half. Or not symmetrical, but a cookie cutter mile and a half. Usually those are the races where the stage lengths are more equal, but the races like a Dover and like a Richmond usually see the first stage being less than 100 and then the other 2 stages after that being a lot longer. I think they did that at Dover the first year, and then when they had stages, and then after that they just evened them out in length. Larson also passing Brad Keselowski as he moves to 5th. Larson having a lot of long run speed. He's still 7 seconds off the race lead, but he is moving forward. They're starting in the 18th place position today. 13 spots gained from the start of the race. A lot of battling for position around Kyle Busch, who is still trying to make his way through the field. Quite surprised that the A-car still has a lot of speed. I would have thought the damage to the nose of his race car and being back in traffic combined was going to hold him back quite a bit, but he is moving through cars, passing Austin Cindric, who slid way up the outside groove in 3 and 4, and Busch is now up to 17th behind Ty Gibbs. Since the restart, Gibbs has gained 8 spots as well, but Busch has gained 15 of them already. One of the drivers trying to work that middle to upper lane on the racetrack as well, helping his drive off, giving up a little bit of corner entry. As long as he doesn't have somebody breathing down his neck from behind, it'll work. 3 wide, further back behind Busch. Cindric losing more spots as he washes even wider up out of the groove again in turns 3 and 4. By the way, Larson was 7 seconds off the lead, as I mentioned moments ago. He quickly is now 5.7 seconds off the lead, and by far is running quicker laps than anybody else on the racetrack. Byron's last lap he dropped was a 24.2. Larson's last lap was a 23.5. In fact, Kyle Larson's last lap that he ran was only 2/10 slower than his fastest lap of the race, which was over 30 laps ago on this tire stint. So we're not seeing a whole lot of tire fall off for a lot of drivers in the field. Larry McReynolds, for those of you that are watching the race on FS1 and maybe listening alongside there as well, has stated that a couple times already over the broadcast. But a lot of rubber being laid onto this racetrack. You see in drivers slip and slide with not as much grip, but the fall off from the tires is a lack thereof. Hamlin a little bit quicker than Byron the last few laps as well, as he's ran lap times in the 23-second lap area. I don't know if that's maybe because Byron is not catching lap cars as well as some of the drivers behind him. He's got Bubba Wallace, Eric Almirola right in front of him right now. They were nearly side by side. Wallace is on the top lane, Almirola on the bottom, so Byron definitely dealing with dirty air here. Wallace is going to stay alongside Byron. This is going to hold the 24 up, and the 11 of Hamlin is charging hard from behind. So Wallace holding the 24 up just a little bit. And fellow Toyota driver Denny Hamlin is now all over the back of the 24 car looking for the race lead. Larson has trimmed his lead to under 4 seconds now, and he is within a second of Chastain for 4th. Chastain is also right behind Blaney for 3rd, so Kyle Larson, quickest car in the track right now, once we got 20 plus laps into this run. Byron widening his lane out towards the top. Wallace is the first car lap down. Almirola still in front of the 10. Or I should say the 24. Almirola in the 10, obviously. Byron is widened. Oh, hard crash in front of Larson. The 15 broke. The 5 is in it. And the fastest car in the field may be done. Caution flag, terrible hit for Brennan Poole. Head on into the outside wall getting into turn 1. I don't know what happened, but it looked like the 15 may have broke right in front of the 5. Hard impact for Brennan Poole. Window net is down. 39 laps to go in stage 1. Heavy damage on Larson, and I don't think he's going to be able to continue. It sounded like Ross Chastain got into the back of the 15 car and had maybe turned him up in front of the 5. Chastain right behind Poole. Oh yeah, he just turned him getting down into turn 1. And Larson was on the outside, so when the 15 slid up the track, the 5 was already there. Nowhere for Larson to go. Chastain ran into the back of the 15 of Poole getting into turn 1. Poole was underneath the 3 of Dillon. I think they were battling for position. And Chastain just didn't time it right there. That was a hard hit for Brennan Poole. Yeah, that's on Larson there, 100%. He probably wasn't expecting those cars to be that slow getting into the corner, I'd imagine. But, I mean, the 15 and the 3 were side by side, so there was nowhere for Larson or for Chastain to go. Chastain probably saw the 5 closing in close behind him and realized, hey, I got to get going. Going to lose a spot here. Larson was clearly the fastest car on the racetrack, so even when he caught Chastain, he was probably going to pass him eventually. But, yeah, I don't know what Chastain may have been thinking. That's just possibilities.
Yep, I agree. I can't translate what was in those gaps, but the frustration is evident.
You knew what it was.
Yep. And now they'll go to work.
You know, working lap traffic, it is frustrating. If those guys are too wide in front of you, you know, you've got a guy pressing, coming, you know, the 5 car was definitely bearing down on him as you're trying to navigate around those lappers, but you still have to be patient. Just like Kyle Larson said, first stage of the race, a lot of racing to go, too much aggression.
And Brennan Poole wasn't in the way. He was racing Austin Dillon.
Yeah, they were battling for 30th, I think. 30th or 31st.
But you can't just get in the back of him and wreck him like that. He's lucky it didn't come up in front of him.
Well, let's listen to Ross Chastain.
It's not safe to do that at all.
Did not mean to do that at all, he said. First Cup start for Brennan Poole since 2020, and it ends early here in Dover. He will join Noah Gragson, Daniel Suarez, and Ty Dillon in the garage.
That car's destroyed.
Larson was just looking so good out there, too. I mean, talk about hooked up and so smooth. That just like popped out of nowhere for him.
And Dover, unlike a lot of tracks, these bankings don't self-clean. Somebody goes around on the bottom, they're going to the top before they come back to the bottom. Here,
yeah, absolutely are. I mean, you go from the bottom to the top and the top right back to the bottom. You never do spin out, stay up top of this racetrack. You're always going back down.
But because of the banking, just like I talked about, the momentum, the speed that you carry, much like Bristol, it looks like, man, he maybe could have, slowed down. You can't. You're flying around this racetrack. That landed right in his lap. Nowhere to go.
Horrible luck for Larson 2 weeks in a row. Fast car, nothing to show for it.
With that said, I was really liking what I was seeing out of the racetrack. We were talking about that earlier. 2 grooves getting ready to happen, getting ready to get real racy up in that second lane.
Well, tonight on FS1, Brandon Crawford leads the Giant.
iRacing 413. Welcome into the stream. David B, welcome in as well. Sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're under caution for the 4th time. 36 to go still at stage 1. I would imagine we'll probably see some cars hit pit road here. Maybe we'll see some 2-tire strategies. We're under caution because the one of Ross Chastain had ran into the back of the 15 car of Brendan Poole. Poole is side by side with Austin Dillon battling for 31st. They were a lap down, but they were side by side for at least the half a lap or straightaway in front of Chastain. Chastain overcooked turn 1, ran into the back of the 15 and cleaned him out. Larson was on the outside lane just behind Chastain and had nowhere to go, and the 15 slid up in front of him. Hard impact for the second straight week. The 5 car has ran into a car that slipped up the racetrack in a crash that happened in front of him, and he had nowhere to go. This week, Larson maybe had the quickest car in the field. Definitely on the long run. He was running faster lap times than anybody for a while. He was at 1.7 seconds off the lead when he got into about 6th or 7th place. Cut the lead down to 3 seconds right before that accident, just in the span of about 15 laps. As Rusty Wall stated moments ago that you just heard, he was hooked up, and it was definitely showing that he had a car capable of winning this race today. He was my win pick to win the race today as well. And if you voted for Larson to win, 16% of you have. I would change your vote because I think you have the opportunity to do so. Yeah, he's gone down to 50. I would change your vote if you pick Larson because he ain't winning now. Dang, that stinks. He had the speed. And pit road, I believe, is going to be open this time, and the leaders are in.
A little bit. They're going to go back on that last air pressure adjustment from the first stop and 4 tires for him. Meanwhile, the 24, William Byron, has led 59 laps today. He's now led over 2,000 laps in his career. Happy with that 24 car. He has been lights out, Regan.
Denny Hamlin told his crew chief Chris Gabehart that it's decent, just a little bit too loose on exit for Denny. He wants an adjustment for that. And the 6 car, Brad Keselowski, the car starts off bottoming out too much. That's an issue. It comes in the longer they run, but it takes too long for that car to tighten up for him.
Well, we got some gamblers taking 2 tires. Ross Chastain, for instance. Here's your rain race on pit road.
C11 had a little bit of trouble.
Chastain and Reddick with 2 tires each.
So Chastain, who caused the caution, is now going to be the leader on the restart with a 2-tire strategy. Isn't it weird, though, how whenever Chastain has this happen where he wrecks somebody else, he never gets caught up in it? I don't remember a time where Chastain has ran into somebody, wrecked them, and actually got caught up in the accident. It's mind-boggling that every time this happens, his car is perfectly fine. He gets through and it wrecks multiple cars around him. Larson obviously upset. I didn't get to unmute the TV at that time. I think I was listening to the radio call, but he was definitely upset. Regine Huddleston also welcome into the stream. I saw you enter the chat here moments ago. So in the poll right now, 58% say other will win. 15% for Larson. Truex is 16%, 11% for Hamlin. Byron leading a lot of laps in the early going to this race today. Take a look at the leaderboard once again. Maybe. There it is. It's scoring Kyle Busch as a leader. Fox is on the commercial break still. I wonder if he stayed out of the pits. Honestly, with all the cautions, I think they can make enough fuel to the end of the stage. They'll have around 30 to go, or give or take, on the upcoming restart to make it to the end of the stage. Busch was also looking pretty quick. Williams should retake it sometime after the restart. Yeah, potentially. He's in fourth. Got to get through the restart first. I think Bubba Wallace. Never mind. I was waiting for the leaderboard to update. Never mind. I don't know why I had him in seventh there for a second. Kyle Busch, I do believe, stayed out of the pits. And then Ross Chastain and Tyler Reddick both took right sides only to gain track position. Both were, Reddick was outside the top 10 slightly, but Chastain was in fourth when the caution flag came out. Byron will be the first on 4 tires, along with Blaney, Keselowski, and Busch are behind him. Hamlin lost a few spots on pit road. Outside of the 2 tires taken by Chastain and Reddick, he lost spots to Blaney, Keselowski, and Buescher, who took 4 just like Hamlin did. I think Corey LaJoie also took 2 tires. He's 10th on the restart. And he was outside the top 20 when the caution came out. Busch was up to, I think, 16th when the caution came out. Surprised at how quick his car is, honestly, considering the damage he has. And here is Brennan Poole and Jamie Little.
Unfortunate incident. You're just minding your own business, and then Ross Chastain comes up behind you. What'd you see and feel there?
Yeah, I mean, the 3 was on the outside of me. Him and I have been racing for position, and I mean, you're side by side. There's not like a whole lot of room. There's nothing more I could do in the situation. I haven't really seen the replay, but yeah, I felt like I just got ran over. I mean, really, for no reason. 80 laps into the race. Doesn't make any sense to me, but I guess that's something he's been known to do here recently. Probably needs to get his butt whooped.
Strong words from Brennan Poole. Green flags back in the air. Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain lead the field to the green side by side. Busch took the outside. Chastain widens up the track almost into Busch and ends up with the lead off of turn 2. Busch slid up. Chastain gets underneath him. He couldn't clear the 24, though, who quickly on the 4 tires got to the inside of the 1. Chastain hanging on the right rear corner panel, trying to side draft Byron down the backstretch. Byron crowds him into turn 1. Busch is falling back to 5th. Blaney underneath him. I think he was probably... I would have probably taken 2 tires if I was Kyle Busch, because Reddick was just outside the top 10. He got the 2nd. I think Busch could have gotten to about where he's at right now in 6th. I don't know if he's going to be able to hang on or not. He's got about 40 to 50 lap older tires. Hamlin and Keselowski side by side for 3rd. Hamlin retaking some spots after losing them on pit road. Keselowski has lost spots on pretty much every restart so far today. He'll settle in after about 5 laps or so, but the initial takeoff has been very slow from the 6th camp. Little donut on the right side of Kevin Harvick's race car, it looked like. It might have been just the chrome number, but looked very dark on the right side of his car. I don't know if he had contact with somebody on the restart. He battles past Martin Truex Jr. for 10th place. Harvick's been pretty much right around 10th the whole race. Maybe just outside that, but Truex is falling back a little bit. He looked very speedy at the start, got up to 5th, and now he is back to 11th. Same goes for Stenhouse, who was as high as 6th place at one point. Now he's back in 13th. Following the restart and the pit stops. Top 10 right now. William Byron leads 0.6 of a second over Ross Chastain in 2nd. Denny Hamlin is 3rd, 0.8 of a second off the lead. Brad Keselowski in 4th, 1.4 back. 1.8 back is Ryan Blaney in 5th. Kyle Busch is in 6th place, 2.3 back. Tyler Reddick 7th, 3.1 off the lead. 3.5 seconds off the lead is Chris Buescher in 8th. Christopher Bell is 9th, 3.7 back. And Kevin Harvick is in 10th, 4 seconds off the lead with 26 laps to go in stage 1. Silent Owl Scribe, thanks for tuning in. Chastain and Hamlin running nose to tail battle for 2nd. This will be interesting to watch. 24 laps to go in this first stage. Hamlin's got fresh tires, all 4 at least. Chastain, remember, took 2 as he got the track position to lead initially on the restart before Byron took it about a lap later. Byron got through there a lot quicker than I thought he was going to, but he's been masterful in these restarts so far today. By far the best driver in the restarts at the Monster Mile. Josh Berry lost a lot of time, both on the restart and on pit road as well, because I think he was in the top 10. Now he's back in 17th. And then Chase Elliott in 18th, and obviously Larson out of the race after that last accident. So for William Byron, he's the only Hendrick car in the top 15 right now, but he is looking very sporty, just like his teammate was moments ago before getting taken out. Chastain down in the bottom lane, protecting the inside. Hamlin is running the middle to upper groove, diamonding the corners off a little bit, trying to get a straight exit off that progressive banking to get the run he needs to try to close in on the 1 car. Hamlin seemed to be a lot better down on the bottom, but he's stuck in that dirty air bubble behind Chastain. You can see his car getting a little bit tight that time in the center of the corner as he washed up in the second half of the turn behind the 1 when he took the inside lane. Kyle Busch battling for 9th place with Kevin Harvick. He actually restarted in the lead after completely staying out of the pits. He'll have enough fuel to make it to the end of the stage, but looking to get some track position back. Honestly, if he gets a top 10 out of this, great recovery after the speeding penalty back on lap 22 during the Comp Yellow pit stops. Biggest gainer on the restart is Hamlin, who is up 5 spots. Busch is now back 9. Harvick also up 5 as he passes Busch. Truex also will get by the 8. I think 2 tires might have been the call because the 2 drivers who took 2 tires, Tyler Reddick, Ross Chastain, are still 2nd and 6th. And Busch, who didn't take any, is falling from the lead and now outside the top 10. Stenhouse looking to get by him for 11th as they are side by side on the front stretch. And we still have about 18 laps to go yet in the stage. Hamlin getting another run at Chastain on the backstretch, getting into turns 3 and 4. And again, it looked like he washed up the racetrack. That time it was more in the first half of the corner than the second half of the corner, but regains the throttle at a good point to get the drive off. Dives to the inside, and they'll be side by side for second. Chastain will let the 11 go, and Hamlin will take second place over now from the 1. So Larson is in the garage, which kind of expected that was going to happen. A lot of damage on the right front of that race car after contact with the 15. If we get an interview from him, you guys will get to listen in, which I would imagine would be the case. Ty Gibbs now is going to get by Kyle Busch. Gibbs has gained a lot of spots. I've noticed up to 12 contact it looked like between Busch and Gibbs. Busch maybe was still on the outside of Gibbs as he moved up in front of him, and Busch nearly got crowded into the wall by the rookie. Corey LaJoie got by as a result. Got by the 8, not the 54. And so does Joey Logano. Yep, Byron still holds the fastest lap, 22.926. Big run for Josh Berry off of turn 4. Almost got into the back of the 16. Drastic move down to the bottom as he passes Allmendinger. Allmendinger going to get picked behind the 8 of Kyle Busch. Berry could not quite clear him for position. It's a side-by-side commercial break for those of you wondering on FS1 right now, so we will keep our coverage going. Ryan Blaney battling Brad Keselowski again. These guys have been battling a lot in today's race. Battle for 3rd at times. They're battling for 4th right now. Christopher Bell side-by-side with Chris Buescher. Buescher holds clear off of turn 4 as they battle for the 7th place position on the racetrack. And Buescher with a run getting to the outside of Tyler Reddick, who has the older left side tires. Buescher clears off turn 2. Propels himself back to 6th. Hamlin has been running a slightly quicker set of lap times than William Byron as he closes the gap late in stage 1. He was about 1.1 seconds off the lead when he finally got by Chastain, and now he's within 0.4 of a second of the 24 car. They have not caught lap traffic yet, since the restart. Austin Dillon, who's the last car in the lead lap at 26th, is 19 seconds off the lead. The lap time's over 23.5 seconds the last time by for the leaders. So I think Austin Dillon is going to be able to hold on to the end of the stage to stay on the lead lap. And even if he does go lap down, next driver for position in front of him would be Justin Haley. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Dillon. So Dillon would end up getting the free pass for being the first car lap down. Now Austin Cindric, who currently is the first car in the free pass position, is hoping Dillon doesn't go a lap down so he can get the free pass because he holds that in 27th currently. Ten to go on the stage. Hamlin another 10th quicker than Byron the last lap. Has cut the lead down to 0.3 of a second. Make that 0.2 of a second. Keselowski battles Ross Chastain. Chastain pulling low. Protecting the bottom. Keselowski around the top will take over third off of turn 2. Over 3 seconds off the lead. Blaney was battling Keselowski, but he couldn't actually pass him before they caught Chastain. Blaney now trying to get by the one. Blaney to the outside of the one car off of turn 4, and Blaney up to 4th. Chastain in 5th. He's got about 3 seconds back to Buescher behind him, so I think there's a good chance Chastain's going to hold on to 5th here to the end of the stage. Seven to go, stage 1. Hamlin's been close to the 24 car. Can he get closer to potentially win the stage?
Those lappers coming or something up ahead of him, but I like that he's working up and figuring this outside lineup. I think that's going to force William Byron's hand to try to figure that out eventually.
Yeah, that's just a cool looking line, especially when you get close to that 24. I'm talking about Denny Hamlin. I think he's got to get a little closer to him getting into turn 3, then use that top lane to rocket off at turn 4 to get him down the front straightaway. But hey, doing that's a little tougher.
Now, if the car's on the contrary strategy, Kyle Busch did not stop. He has now backslid to 25th. He was 15th before pit stop.
Wow.
He says it feels like the right rear is coming apart. While the drivers who took 2 tires, Chastain is 5th and Tyler Reddick is 12th.
Uh-oh. 4 laps to go. Just baby that thing around here. Take care of that right rear. Don't lean on it. Try not to get it loose into the corner.
That was a big ask out of those tires to stay out that long. But like you said, only 3 laps to go now, and 3 or 4 laps to go in this first stage. And if he can get it to the end, they've learned a lot.
Austin Dillon has just gone a lap down. Kyle Busch is now the last car in the lead lap with 3 laps to go in stage 1. So it sounds like the right rear potentially coming apart on the 8 of Busch, who did not take tires during that last stop. Asking about 70, 80 laps out of those tires under green flag conditions with not pitting there. But because he is about to go a lap down, unless Austin Dillon can catch him, Dillon will stay a lap down at the end of the stage because Busch will get the free pass. 2 to go now. Kyle Busch goes a lap down in turns 1 and 2. Hamlin is within about 3 car lengths of William Byron, but he hasn't been able to get closer to the 24 car. Busch trying to stay in front of his teammate for the free pass position. He's got 1 more lap to do it. Austin Dillon's closing in very fast, though, on the 8. Final lap of the stage, so we have a battle between the 3 and the 8 for the free pass spot. And Hamlin's still trying to get closer to that 24 car. He just can't do it. He's too far back as they get into turns 3 and 4 this time. And William Byron is going to be able to win stage number 1. It's his 6th stage win of 2023. And just the first not even 11 completed races. Side by side at the line for the free pass spot, Austin Dillon gets by Busch. Dillon barely beats his teammate, and Busch will remain a lap down to the end of the stage. Denny Hamlin finishes 2nd at stage 2 behind William Byron, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Brad Keselowski 4th, Ross Chastain 5th, Chris Buescher 6th, Christopher Bell 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will round out the top 10. all receiving stage points for the top 10, 1 point per position. We'll have pit stops on the other side of our break. You're watching the Wurth 400 at the Dover Motor Speedway live on KRC on a Monday afternoon. $82 votes have been casted so far for who you think will win today's race. Other at 54% of the votes still. Larson at 17%. He is out of the race, so I would change your pick if you have already voted. I think there is a chance for you to change it. Denny Hamlin looking quick. He is in second at the end of the stage. 16% of the votes for him, and 13% for Truex has been in the top 10 all throughout the early going of today's race as well. Spotlight drivers at the end of stage 1 here. Let's see. Denny Hamlin it was actually one of my don't have picks. He is second. The other one was Kyle Busch, who was a lap down at the end of the stage, 26. And because he did not pit during the last caution, he can't take the wave around here because he's going to have to hit pit road. So he will be a lap down to start stage 2. So he's going to need a quick caution to try to get back on the lead lap. If we get another long green flag run to get into lap traffic, he could be in danger of not getting that lap back for a long time. 2 tires probably would have been the play for Busch there to get track position. 2 drivers that did take 2 tires were 5th and 12th at the end of the stage. The must-have drivers that I picked for today were Truex and Larson. Truex 9th at the end of stage 1. Larson out of the race after a crash after the 1 of Chastain ran into the back of the 15 of Poole, who was battling Austin Dillon at the time for position. Cleaned him out. Larson was on the outside behind Chastain, so as the 15 washed up the track going into 1 and backed it hard into the wall, Larson ran right into him, and heavy damage has knocked the 5 car out of the race. He's my pick to win the race today as well. And then the sleeper picks today, Brad Keselowski's ran top 5 all day, currently in 4th. And the other one, Ryan Preece, is in 20th. He has gained 10 spots from the start of the race. Still have a commercial going in my ear, even though, or sorry, I have the commercial on my TV, even though in my ear there's no ad playing right now. What the heck is going on? Did it like lag when I wasn't paying attention?
Their best finish of the year.
There we go.
They were both top 5 at Talladega.
I had to log out, log back in.
In the mix today. Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, I'm watching Ryan Blaney. 56 race winless streak, has not had a top 10 in Dover in the last 7 races. But I look at this first day. Remember, he started 3rd. His average running position has been 4th, finished 3rd. I got my eye on another 12 car.
All right, that's credit 1, giving you ones to watch.
I like that one, Larry. I'm with you. I hear you. Good
Stage
pick.
1 in the books, and already 5 cars in the garage. Kyle Larson listed as off track. Oh, they're still making repairs there. Brennan Poole out of the race. Noah Gragson, Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon in 3 incidents. That many cars out. BJ McLeod 3 laps down. There are 6 cars 1 lap down, including Austin Dillon, who just beat Kyle Busch to get the free pass here.
We'll be seeing some pit stops here in a couple of moments. William Byron will lead the field down. And here they come.
Pit road is open, and here they come, Jamie.
Ryan Blaney's done a really nice job staying in the top 5 there for that opening stage. What's a tiny change here? Just wants to be a little bit tighter. They're going to make another air pressure adjustment for him. 4 tires as well. William Byron in the 24 just won his 6th stage of the season. Center is pretty good. Wants a little more air pressure in the right rear. 4 tires for him too, Reed.
Denny Hamlin told his team that he's pretty good overall. He felt like he could run up high better that run, so he liked that part about it. No changes for his car. And the 6 of Brad Keselowski said to go faster, I need everything. I need front grip, I need rear grip, I need it all. The harder he drives that car, the looser it gets for him.
Another slow stop for Denny.
There is a tire rolling off of pit road. I'm not sure where that came from exactly. But somebody hit it, and it ended up rolling behind the pit wall at the end of the pit lane. And it looked like it was off the 6 of Keselowski. So Brad Keselowski, that will be an uncontrolled tire. As he, I don't know what happened there, but they had left the tire in front of the car when they were rounding the car. Oh, okay. So they rolled it to the pit wall. It bounced off the wall. And whoever was supposed to grab the tire on the other side of the pit wall didn't grab it in time. It ran away. Keselowski hit it, knocked it out of the box. And that is going to be a penalty for the 6. So he'll be going to the back after finishing 4th in Stage 1 and has ran top 5 all day.
Sports production in 2003, contributing to NFL, Major League Baseball, NASCAR, and NFL Europe coverage. Before joining NASCAR Productions in 2005 as supervising producer and creative director, where his work greatly enhanced the coverage of this sport that we love. Michael long be remembered for his kindness and positive attitude as we extend sympathies to his wife Michelle and 3 children. Michael Thompson passed away from cancer this week. He was 42.
Executive Fox producer. I heard that during the Xfinity Series race as well when I was commentating that on Saturday afternoon. Tough break. Well, it wasn't really a big one. It was just 2 cars. It was a heavy impact with the 15 and the 5, and then there was a 3-car crash that involved, well, actually 4 because Kyle Busch had damage from it. Busch obviously still in it. BJ McLeod's still in the race, but he's 3 laps down from that wreck, and then Suarez and Ty Dillon were knocked out of the race from that accident. That was the second race start, I believe, following the... Yeah, it was the second restart following the Comp Yellow. First restart, Noah Gragson went around during that one and was knocked out of the race. Now, Gragson actually failed to meet minimum speed after his accident, pulled behind the pit wall, but because they didn't get a full green flag lap in before the next crash after the caution from his wreck, he actually does finish slightly ahead of Ty Dillon and Daniel Suarez as a result. So that's why he, despite wrecking earlier than them, will finish 2 spots higher in the running order, surpassing the 77 and the 99. Little bit under an hour and a half into the race so far today. It has been caution-filled so far. 5 yellows through Stage 1, obviously including the stage break and the Comp Yellow, but 3 accidents as well. Mostly on restarts except for the accident involving the 5 and the 15 off the front bumper of the 1. William Byron has dominated. He has led 96 laps so far. Busch led the first 26 before the pit road speeding penalty during the Comp Yellow. He has yet to fully get himself up in track position with equal pit strategy and equal tires. He is a lap down to start this stage. Christopher Bell led 1 lap early in the race, I guess, as well. Brad Keselowski with 3 laps led, and Denny Hamlin has led 2. Average race speed to this point is slow 91.0 miles per hour. And that is your race summary through Stage 1. Should be going green here any moment. Yeah, slow stop for Denny Hamlin again. Came out in 8th place after finishing 2nd at Stage 2. Ty Gibbs up to 7th with a pretty quick pit stop on his half. I've noticed Gibbs has gained quite a few spots. He's just chunking away. Every restart, he gets like 4 or 5 spots until the next caution. He gets another 4 or 5 spots, and all of a sudden, after starting around 24th, he's up to 7th to start Stage 2. Look out for Gibbs to have maybe his best career finish today. He's had 4 top 10s in a row at one point this season before the Talladega race last week, and now looking to maybe start a new streak here today. He's having maybe his best run of the season. at least through the first quarter of the race. We obviously still have a long ways to go. 1 to go signal this time by. So with Keselowski's pit road penalty, it'll actually be William Byron and Ryan Blaney on the front row. Byron will take the outside lane. Row 2 behind them will be Christopher Bell and Ross Chastain. Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick in row 3, then Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs in row 4. We will see. Brad has not taken off well on the restarts today, but about 5 laps after the fact, he has been fairly quick.
Was it the front light car? Where was it? When the tire rolled around, we didn't get it called. It hit the other tire and bounced back out.
Dang it. Tire bounced back out in front of Keselowski. Couldn't see it right there. He's had penalties in 2 races this year, but he finished top 10 in both of them. Kyle Larson is back on track. Now, he was in the garage area for repairs, but that was a mechanical issue. Apparently came back out, and he is back on track, 28 laps down in 32nd.
Trying to get all the points he can towards the regular season standings as he fights for a regular season championship. The driver of the 5, Kyle Larson. Green flag back in the air. Byron again gets a great launch. Clear before he gets into turn 1 on Blaney, who was clear of everybody else behind him, trying to settle in second. Ross Chastain's been really good in the restarts on the outside lane. Now has 4 equal tires with everybody else. Looking for the attack. Gets by Bell. And now right behind Blaney getting into turns 3 and 4. Denny Hamlin gets by Buescher side by side with Harvick off of turn 4 for 5th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones, couple of Chevys battling in the 13th place position. 13th and 14th exact. Chase Elliott and Josh Berry gained quite a bit of time on pit road. They're both now just around 10th place after being outside the top 15 for a long while there in that long green flag run in the middle of stage 1. So the battle for the free pass position will be between Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric, and Kyle Busch, it appears, if we were to get another quick caution. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, side by side for 9th. Elliott's been in and out of the back half of the top 10 today. This is the first time Joey Logano has been into the top 10 after starting back in 26th. Did not have a good finish at Talladega last week. And that hurt his starting position with qualifying getting rained out on Saturday. Christopher Bell's had a pretty good recovery as well. He had a slow pit stop, which dropped him from 2nd to outside the top 10. Back after the, I think it was the final pit stop of stage 1. When they restarted with about 30 to go in the stage, if I remember correctly. He got a couple spots back on the restart, but gained more spots on that last pit stop, and now is back in the top 5 after running there at the very start of the day. Eric Jones now battling with Corey LaJoie. LaJoie having a good run as they battle for 12th.
Xfinity car and the Cup car that he will feel. And Josh has been really good in the Xfinity Series. He's either finished 1st or 2nd every time he's raced here. And it's showing today. This plays right into his wheelhouse, Mike. Running just outside the top 10 right now.
Having a strong day in relief of Alex Bowman, recovering from a broken vertebra, sustained in a sprint car crash in Iowa this week.
And Jamie said it, I mean, you cannot take a better advantage, more advantage of an opportunity than this Josh Berry has. 2 fantastic rides in bad situations, gets in there, is making a name for himself, and he's going to get a ride next year. Mark my words, he'll be in a good car because of the efforts that he's put forth in these opportunities and taking advantage of them.
And Jeff Andrews of Hendrick Motorsports was asked about their policy of letting their drivers do extracurricular races and other things after what happened at Chase Elliott's snowboarding. And this on Tuesday, look at the left side of the frame, and there is Bowman tumbling to a halt. And basically he said, no, we're not going to change our policy. He says if those 2 accidents had happened a season apart or even a couple of months apart, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Well, Rusty and I had this discussion in practice and qualifying day, and kind of had two different opinions. I'm of the opinion in today's day and age where you're just racing on Sundays as a Cup driver, you need some more behind the wheel time, some seat time. You hear Larson talk about the year that he sat out and all the racing that he did all over the country, all the different facets of motorsports, different cars, late models, sprint cars, midgets, you name it, he was in them. Then comes out, gets in that hot rod and goes out and wins a championship. Looking back at Kyle Busch's career, when he was racing trucks, Xfinity, all these different racing, I think that was the peak of his prime. And because of all the seat time, I think he had an advantage on the competition. My career was no different. When I raced trucks in Xfinity and Cup, I was better because of the seat time. These guys racing, being in them cars, I think makes them better on Sunday, but you also can't be on the bench like Bowman. It's a tricky, slippery slope.
Well, I will give you that. That's one point of view. The other point of view is your car owner. And my car owner is Roger Penske. And Roger did not want me to do any other type of racing. He wanted me 100% focused on Cup, and that was it. He said, look, those Xfinity cars, and back then Busch cars are different than the Cup cars. I got all these sponsors. I got all this money, all this effort into the Cup number 2 Miller Lite car, and I want you focused on that. And I said, okay. I even tried to do drag racing one time. I thought about hooking up with Bob Glidden to drag race, and him and I were going to start a pro stock team. He just shut that down real quick. He said, no, you're not doing that. You're focused on this Cup stuff. I said, yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, it's a business decision.
That's right.
Right. Well, Corey LaJoie's had an eventful day. He's had a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact with several drivers as he works his way through the field here. Now Ricky Stenhouse, they're racing for 13th, about 9 seconds back of the lead.
I've been watching Corey. That car's pretty loose. Light on his feet, dancing around a little bit. He'll have to catch it every now and then and lift, and it really stacks him up behind him. He's done a good job keeping the car under him.
Corey keeps having these abbreviations on his car. We had NIGU the other week. Never ever give up to charity. Now he's got FOE on the car. It's a Federation of Eagles. I think.
Got some radio on the 11, Denny Hamlin.
Come on, Seabell. Get out of the way. Come on, Adam. That'll win. Go past him.
He drove up to him. He's got a fast car. Frustrated because his guys keep having trouble in the pits. I get it. Hard to pass out there. He drove right to the bumper of it, but he can't get around him.
They're racing, man. I mean, how do you expect your teammate who's running in front of you in a position just to move out of the way for you? I've been there also where you think you got a little faster car, but I tell you, Seabell's doing a great job right there holding them off right now, and he's just going to have to understand that.
Well, he's back up into the top 5 after having a miscue on a pit stop earlier where the lug nut fell out of the gun. Byron, Blaney, Chastain.
Commercial break for Fox right now. We'll go through the full field running order right now on lap 146 of 400. William Byron has opened up a 1.2 second lead over Ryan Blaney. Ross Chastain is in 3rd. Christopher Bell 4th. Denny Hamlin 5th. Kevin Harvick 6th. 7th place is Chris Buescher. Ty Gibbs 8th. 9th is Chase Elliott. And Joey Logano is 10th. Josh Berry in 11th. Eric Jones in 12th. Corey LaJoie in 13th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. AJ Allmendinger 16th. Tyler Reddick 17th, Mark Truex Jr. 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th, Ryan Preece is 20th, Eric Almirola 21st, Harrison Burton 22nd, Brad Keselowski 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, last car in the lead lap is Austin Dillon in 25th. Kyle Busch is 26th, first car lap down, Austin Cindric 27th, Todd Gillen 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, JJ Haley is 30th, BJ McLeod 31st, Kyle Larson 32nd, he is back in the race but 30 laps down. Brennan Poole's the first car out of the race in 33rd. 34th, Noah Gragson. Daniel Suarez, 35th, and Ty Dillon rounds out the 36-car field here in the somewhat middle portion of Stage 2. And William Byron won Stage 1, for those of you wondering. We have just over 200 people watching as of right now in the middle portion of Stage 2. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Our goal is 200. We're at 92 likes on the stream. Also, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And don't forget to cast your vote for who you think will win today's race in the chat poll. 111 votes have been casted so far. 55% say other will win. We'll close this just after the start of Stage 3 for anybody wondering. But it's going to be tough sledding to see if anybody will trump that hill right now. Obviously, Byron dominating. I would assume that that's why so many people have picked other. 17% had Larson before he got knocked out of the race. Martin Truex Jr. at 12%. Denny Hamlin at 15% of the votes so far. That's not the right page. That's my page for my predictions. There we go. Get the leaderboard back on there now. Speaking of the predictions, so spotlight drivers, Denny Hamlin at 4th. He was actually don't have that I had earlier today, mainly because he's been kind of 50-50 at Dover the last handful of years, either really good, really bad. Today he looks really good as he sits at 4th. He finally got by Christopher Bell during the commercial break. Same goes for Harvick, so Bell now back to 6th. But Hamlin out performing what I thought he would maybe be capable of today. Kyle Busch, on the other hand, though, is lap down at 26. Obviously, he's had a fast race car, but bad pit strategy call has trapped him a lap down now. He was involved in an accident after a pit road speeding penalty had put him back in traffic earlier. So, tough break for Busch here today. But predictions so far, so good there. The 2 sleeper picks. Brad Keselowski, he was in the top 5 all race until an uncontrolled tire penalty on the last pit stop during the Stage 1 break. He's now 21st. Ryan Preece is in 20th, where he finished at the end of Stage 2 after starting 30th. So, over 2 there so far in the must-have picks. Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr. Truex has fallen back to 17th on this restart. Was up as high as 5th at one point very early in the race. Looked very fast at Stage 1, but not that fast towards the end of the stage and the start of Stage 2 now. And then the other driver, Kyle Larson, again, had an accident. 31 laps down at 32nd is where he is scored. Currently, the only chance he has of getting any more spots is if we get any more DNFs that he can outlast those drivers the rest of the way. Kevin Harvick battling Christopher Bell once again. Harvick just got by Bell a few laps ago. Bell gets right back around Harvick on the outside. Harvick, the highest running SHR Ford, one of only 3 Fords in the top 10. The others Blaney in 2nd, Buescher in 7th, about a second behind Harvick. Josh Berry made a pass to get by Eric Jones for 10th place during the commercial break as well. So now 300 cars in the top 10. Steve Hooten, thanks for tuning in. I'm pulling for Blaney too. Not you, thanks for tuning in. Bell's starting to close back in on Denny Hamlin again as well after Hamlin finally got back by the 20. Bell is running a lot wider in the center of the corner than the car he just passed of Kevin Harvick, and as well, of course, is Denny Hamlin, who he's closing in on.
Combination sponsored by Subway.
Yeah, let's take a look at rookie Ty Gibbs and his crew chief Chris Gale. Of course, this is their first year together in the Cup Series. They have 11 wins, though, in the Xfinity Series, plus the 2022 Xfinity Series Championship. They finished top 5 in a couple of the Dover races in the Xfinity Series. And very quietly, the last 6 races of this year, 4 top 10s. When I look at all this, this could be all the Subway right combination for these two to eventually find victory lane with Ty as a rookie in the top series of NASCAR.
They have done a good job, that's for sure.
After watching, him in the Xfinity Series last year, you just saw tons of aggression, tons of speed, talent in him, but a lot of aggression. Been really quiet, earning the respect of these drivers, and just keeps getting better and better finishes.
Christopher Bell trying again on Denny Hamlin on the inside of turn 4. Catching Hamlin was one thing, passing him is quite another, and you see they are drawing Kevin Harvick up to them.
And Denny was able to pass them, and I don't know if he slipped up what happened. Now all of a sudden you see the 20 car right back on his bumper. Maybe he used his tires up trying to get around Christopher Bell there. Hey, one of the other things, you talk about Ty Gibbs there. You heard me mention Corey LaJoie. The man's running 12th. They just keep getting better and better with that team. Pretty impressive out there. He's thinking about Hamlin and his opportunity on pit road. If it happens, I was thinking LaJoie, thinking, man, he's going to have to go a lap down for them to have an open out. That's not going to happen. Boys holding strong, steady in 12th.
Yeah, Corey LaJoie's average finishing position this year is 10 positions ahead of where it was 1 year ago.
He's picked up his driving, that's for sure. He's making less mistakes also.
Yep.
I mean, you got to go through a learning procedure, that's for sure, before you make it to the top. And every single year, Corey keeps getting better and better.
All right, let me straighten this out. Fraternal order of Eagles.
Okay.
I know I was close.
Yes.
Just not quite there. Now we are.
Good looking car, looks real racy looking. Got that fast looking paint scheme. I used to tell my guys, hey, paint me a car that looks like it's running 200 mile an hour sitting still. There's one right there with the way the stripes are. That looks good too.
Absolutely. Old Glory representing on that jockey car, but this car is extremely fast. Been watching the lap time graph here. Chastain's holding a pretty wheel, laying down some really good laps.
Well, Christopher Bell, after giving up that spot to Denny Hamlin, tried to repass him, got right to his rear bumper, got right alongside. With his spin.
What is Denny doing? I'm not sure. I think he's trying to run it longer than he needed to when he was heading. We're going to have to pass it on the top.
I think the crew chief was right. You probably heard those radio communications.
Yeah, we're going to have to pass them on the top side. Because, you know, if they're going to rough you up, they're going to rough you up at the bottom and all that. I guess they could cut you off a little bit, but that 20 car does look good on the top side of the racetrack.
Well, who's your toughest competition? Probably your teammate, and Bell has won 4 times since Hamlin's last victory.
Oh.
What?
Ryan Blaney closing the gap up on William Byron right now. He's about a half a second off the lead, and also Chastain only 1 second off the lead as well. Over a 4.5 second gap between the 1 and the 11 in positions 3 and 4. Your top 10 right now, William Byron leads, again, a half second over Ryan Blaney. 1 second lead over Ross Chastain in third. Denny Hamlin is in fourth place, 5.9 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick is in fifth place, 6.3 seconds back. Christopher Bell is 6, 7 seconds off the lead. Chris Buescher is in 7.2 seconds back. Ty Gibbs in 8th, 8.2 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott is in 9th place, 9.5 seconds back. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 10. He's 12.8 seconds off the lead. 23 cars on the lead lap. Justin Haley's the first one lap down. So this is not what Kyle Busch wanted to see. It was a long green flag run to start stage 2, as we are seeing now. And he is no longer the first car lap down as a result, and he's going to have to try to catch and pass these guys that are going to lap down, which is going to be very tough the longer this green flag run carries. Work cut out for Kyle Busch after the poor pit strategy call at the end of stage 1. Got almost 250 people watching right now. I appreciate each and every one of you guys watching. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary streams for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series every single weekend on the channel. And we are on the road to 5,000 subs right now. We'll have live commentary coverage all of next week for the NASCAR Truck and the Cup Series. Xfinity Series will be off as they go to Kansas Speedway for the first time this season. Our Cup Series live commentary stream for next week will start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday. And our Truck Series commentary Saturday night will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as they'll be racing under the lights on a Saturday night. Harrison Burton has now just gone a lap down during the break. Logano, last car in the lead lap. He was in the top 10 on that last restart and now has fallen all the way back to 22nd. Long run speed not there in the 22, but it does look like it's there in the 12 of Blaney, who has now closed within about 0.2 of a second of William Byron, and Chastain just 0.7 of a second back. So the gap widens between third and fourth, but Byron maybe not keeping as quick of a pace compared to the 12 and the 1 behind him. Blaney maybe had a hiccup that last lap as the lead got stretched back out to about half a second again. Maybe caught a lap car in a worse spot than the 24 of Byron, perhaps. They are back from the break. The race is on Fox Sports 1 also, for anybody wondering. Again, here today, the commentators in the booth, Mike Joy, Clint Boyer as always, and then Rusty Wallace on the broadcast with them this week. Slow race pace with the 5 cautions at stage 1, but again, caution free at stage 2 so far, as we're about halfway through the second stage. 130 laps in this stage. They will have to make a pit stop before the end of it. They can go about 85 to 90 laps on fuel. Byron trying to work the outside to get by the last car in the lead lap of Eric Almirola. Blaney still on the bottom. Chastain goes towards the top in 3 and 4, trying to gain ground on the 12. Really, both Penske cars are off other than Ryan Blaney, because Austin Cindric's been a lap down most of the day back at 27th as well. Not a run he needed, as he was just outside the cutoff line coming into the race today. Same goes for Daniel Suarez, who had crashed out earlier in the race. Both not going to have good points days, where the drivers who are just above the cutoff line in front of him, Chris Buescher, last driver in on points, he's in 6th. He finished top 10 at the end of Stage 1. Looking like he'll get more stage points here in Stage 2 as long as they don't make a mistake on pit road. And some good fortune going for that 17 team, trying to build up a gap. Remember, with Alex Bowman out for 3 to 4 weeks with his sprint car racing injury last Tuesday night, that he is going to lose points. He's 9th in the standings coming into this one, about 40 points above the cutoff line. He'll likely fall below it before he returns back to action, so that will only help a driver like Chris Buescher out just that much more. Keselowski had a lot of stage points in Stage 1, also just above the cutoff line coming into the race today. Unfortunately, having that pit road penalty, he's trying to recover. He has made his way back up to 18, so he is making up ground slowly but surely. But being at the back of the field, he is currently 17.9 seconds off the lead, so he could be at risk of going a lap down. That'd be a huge car to lap if you're William Byron, knowing how fast they are. Christopher Bell dropping like a rock all of a sudden. Was battling Hamlin and Harvick for 4th for a long time. Now he has fallen to 9th. He has lost more spots than any other driver in the top 15 since the restart, where he was up at 4th.
That means about lap 190, about 10 laps from now, that's when you would pit. If you want to run it long, then you can go to about lap 205 or 210. I see some of these cars that's falling off, like Christopher Bell in that 20. They may end up splitting this stage in half.
Yeah, they might have to, Larry, as much as they're falling off. When you say that, I'm looking at the 22 car, Joey Logano. Look at Christopher Bell, like we talked about. Those two guys. You know, when you fall off like that, you got to question, are you having a tire starting to go apart on you? Have you done something wrong there? Is it cording, or do you have a tire going down? What's causing you to back up that much?
All right, let's look just ahead of our leader, William Byron. That's where Kyle Larson is running 31 laps down, and here comes Chastain.
That 5 car not catching him any slack, man. That track as wide as possible. But Chastain's running him down, laying some really fast lap times down. As people start talking about, falling off of this shelf, got to keep an eye on that leader, William Byron. Dominated this race so far. There's a new guy joining this conversation, Chastain.
Last 3 laps, Chastain has been a 10th to a 10th and a half faster than leader William Byron.
See how loose that car was, though? Snap, twitchy loose, getting into the corner.
Martin Truex rebounding nicely from a bad pit stop. Just passes Josh Berry for 12th.
His lap times look pretty doggone good too, Mike. I'm talking about Martin Truex. He's about a 10th faster than the rest of the guys around him. He's marching to the front. 3 wins here for Martin, but he's on a 54 race losing streak right now. That's in his head a little bit. He wants to end that real fast and start getting back into victory lane. And that might happen today. You never know. He's got a good enough car.
Comers and goers at Dover. Truex now up to 11th after passing Christopher Bell.
Ty Gibbs started to put on a battle to the 17 and the 4 cars in front of him. He is side by side with Buescher, getting down into turn 1 for 6th. Solid run for the rookie Ty Gibbs in his first career Dover start. Christopher Bell onto pit road, trying to split the stage in half. Joey Logano's in. We're starting green flag pit stops.
In the way.
Okay, is this going to pull the rest of the guys in or not, you think?
Yes, I think the ones that were on borderline having trouble, Christopher Bell, we talked about him falling off that cliff. He's one of them. Regan, what you got?
Well, Christopher Bell, you guys are exactly right. That car went too loose on him. Said he needs 2 numbers of grip everywhere, especially when that car is compressed. He was sliding around pretty bad.
It's Chase Briscoe, or is Kyle Busch coming to pit road?
I think it's Chase Briscoe on pit road. He's way off the pace. I don't know if he'll be able to flat tire or what.
The risk of short pitting, especially at a track like Dover, you're definitely going to go lap down, maybe 2, depending on where you're running on the track at the time. Showing a replay of why Chase Briscoe was very slow. He had actually gotten a bit loose off turn 4 that last lap, slapped the wall, and now he's in the pits.
That dreaded toe linkage took a lot of.
Chase Elliott is now headed to pit road.
Heating up in this lead. Chastain is hounding on the 24, right on his bumper down the back stretch. He's been using his outside line. William Byron's been holding steady on the bottom. See if he forces him to move up, if he gets any closer.
Regan?
Like they've been working hard on the 9 car at Chase Elliott all day long. Started off the race very loose, struggle with the right rear, but they have been getting better. Pulled Packer a couple stops ago. This last run said the right rear just wasn't settled in quite enough, overworked it just a little. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick in the Ford drove his way up to the top 5. A little bit tight off and on exit, but overall this Ford machine's been pretty good for Kevin. 4 tire stop here.
Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher, Eric Jones, all on pit road as well. Still waiting on the top 3 cars to hit the pits. Chastain passed Blaney for second place a little while ago. Blaney has already fallen 3 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin now on his way to pit road.
Still see the leaders out. William Byron, Chastain.
Stenhouse is in.
So far, but I think it's only a matter of time. Just like you said, Rusty, all these guys coming in, they're going to be out there running faster. Lap time's going to pull you in.
Tyler Reddick has pitted. Here's Regan.
Right at about the lap 50 mark of this run, Denny Hamlin told the team, I've lost all rear grip, started sliding around too much. Otherwise, it's good on the front side of the run, just needs help at the end.
There it is, man.
Battle for the lead continues between Chastain and Byron. There was a slow car on the bottom of the track of Austin Cindric who held up the 24. Chastain heads to the outside, gets alongside Byron and takes the lead off of turn 2. Right before the pit stop starting for the 24 and the 1. This will bring the 24 car to pit road. As soon as he lost the lead, he was going to pit, try to regain the lead by pitting before the 1. Has to check the pit road speed. He's in. Almirola Cindric also on pit road is Corey LaJoie and Bubba Wallace.
Tight, but he did say the rear was in a really good place, so no big complaints about the 24, but it was certainly time to come in, get that tear off and 4 tires.
Austin Cindric has made his stop.
Chastain is now coming in.
Here comes Chastain, your leader.
Yep.
And McDowell right in front of him.
Blaney behind him.
Blaney coming in.
Should pull just about everybody else on the lead lap. Jamie?
The 12 of Ryan Blaney's done a really good job. They a little tight entry, gets loose, wrapping the corner for the 12, but the 1 of Ross Chastain is in. You see the tear off. He was much happier with his race car on 4 tires there. They took that gamble earlier with right sides with car. Really good for Ross Chastain.
Martin Truex now in pit lane. So is Ryan Preece. And Truex comes to halt right in front of us. Regan.
Martin Truex car took off tighter but got looser as the runs went on. The right rear of his car doesn't like to be in the road, and that's one of his main issues.
Josh Berry is the new leader, but now he comes to pit road. Kyle Larson is in.
His advantage is definitely going to go to the 1. At 24, it's just, he's coming around. But I think Chastain's up to speed is going to definitely be the benefactor of that. All right, so what does it come down to? The job you do coming on the pit road, that's very important, but make no mistakes. But also, William Byron came out there in 2-3 wide pack and really slowed him down just as where he came in on the race.
Berry in and out, Harrison Burton in, and Brad Keselowski cycles back to the lead.
Keselowski has not hit pit road yet. Also waiting on AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon, and Kyle Busch to still make their stage 2 pit stop, as we have just about 50 laps to go yet in this second stage. So everybody, for the most part, splitting the stage in half from when they went green following the stage 1 break, as we remain caution-free through stage 2 after 5 cautions to start the race in stage 1, getting a lot more green flag racing and quickening the flow of the race pace, which the average speed has gone from 90 miles per hour at the start of the stage down up to 101, and will continue to grow the longer this green flag run continues here, which we know we're guaranteed at least one more caution with the stage 2 break coming up in about 50 laps, and guaranteed at least 2 more pit stops, if not more, to make it to the end of the race on fuel. Now, Busch is still a lap down, even though he has stayed out longer trying to catch a caution. He is in 6th, so he might as well come in at this point, you would have to imagine, with that being the case. Brad Keselowski is now coming onto pit road in the 6th. Stayed out trying to catch the caution. This will give Ross Chastain the race lead.
And it will cycle back to Ross Chastain as we cross through 200 laps. Halfway in the Wurth 400 at Dover.
Well, what was the difference between Juan Chastain and William Byron? Drivers pretty much did their jobs. It's kind of the same. The pit crew on the one was a second faster than William Byron. That's exactly what I was talking about with Denny Hamlin earlier. If he's going to beat him, he's going to have to do it on pit road, and that's exactly what that one car did.
That is a lot of time, 1 second on pit road.
Keselowski finishes up. That leaves just Dillon and Busch on the racetrack, who have not been on pit road since lap 125.
Well, how far is that second? It looks to me about 200 yards on a racetrack.
And that's a long way.
All right, green flag pit stops are complete. 40.
Keselowski trying to get back up to speed as quickly as he can to stay on the lead lap. He's the last car on the lead lap at 19th. McDowell the first to lap down right now in 20th. Full screen commercial break on FS1. We'll stay right here with you guys and go through the full field running order. Lap 202 of 400. Ross Chastain has a 1.8 second lead following green flag pit stops in the middle of the stage over William Byron, who is back into 2nd. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd place, 5.5 seconds off the lead. Austin Dillon is in 4th place, 7.6 seconds off the lead. He still has to pit yet. Kyle Busch also still has to pit. He's 9.8 seconds back. Kevin Harvick is in 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Chris Buescher in 8th. Chase Elliott 9th, and Ty Gibbs is in 10th. Tyler Reddick, in 11th. Martin Truex Jr. 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. Eric Jones is 14th. Bubba Wallace 15th. Corey LaJoie in 16th. 17th is Josh Berry. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 18th. Brad Keselowski just went a lap down, is now 19th. Michael McDowell 20th. AJ Allmendinger 21st. Ryan Preece 22nd. Eric Almirola 23rd. Harrison Burton 24th. Joey Logano 25th, Justin Haley 26th, Austin Cindric 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, JJ Yeley 29th, BJ McLeod is 30th, Chase Briscoe 31st, Kyle Larson 33 laps down in 32nd with crash damage, Brendan Poole 33rd, Noah Gragson 34th, Daniel Suarez 35th, and Ty Dillon 36th. Those 4 drivers all out of the race here in this one, just past the halfway mark and just less than 45 laps to go in Stage 2. Currently, fan vote. You guys have still roughly, I'll give you guys about another 50-60 laps to vote for who you think will win today's race. 148 votes casted so far in the chat poll. Other at 56%. Kyle Larson 16% out of the race, of course, and then 14% for both Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. so far. Predictions. Where are those drivers running? Based off of who I had at the start of the race, the drivers I guarantee no top 10s for. Busch is in 7th. Trying to catch a caution to get back on the lead lap right now. If he doesn't catch it, he'll go back to being a lap down outside the top 20. So right on that so far. Denny Hamlin, 6th place right now, running a little better than what I would have predicted at the start of the race. Sleeper picks. Brad Keselowski has speed, but is at the tail end of the lead lap. Looks like he had just passed Chastain again. And he is in 19th place. The other one, Ryan Preece, a lap down in 22nd. And then the don't have picks that I predicted, or sorry, I already did that. The must have picks I predicted to guarantee top 10s for Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson. Larson, obviously, heavy damage. Not going to get that today. He's currently 32nd, and Martin Truex Jr. is in 12th as he is 16 seconds off the lead. Once the RCR cars pit, though, that will get Truex back in the top 10. Surprised that 3 and the 8 have been able to go as far. Well, I'm actually not surprised because we've gone, as of right now, about 90 laps. 85 to 90 is the pit window for fuel. So they're really going to end up having to pit here probably within the next 5 laps or so. Dillon and Busch, that is. So you continue to get passed by everybody on much fresher tires. Chastain has had to deal with lap traffic, pretty heavy lap traffic. He had a 1.8 second lead coming out of the pits, but Byron has reined it back down. He's got 4 cars right in front of him. And they're all over the racetrack, too. Haley on the top, Logano on the bottom, so constant dirty air for Chastain. Byron to the inside of J.J. Yeley to get by him, staying close to the 1. Logano, Haley still side by side in front of Chastain. Nowhere to go for the one car. Byron with a big run off turn 2, trying to close the gap as they battle for the lead. Chastain protects the bottom, looking to the inside of the 22. Byron to the top. The 22 car is there, and Byron's going to get boxed in before having to cut back down to the bottom. Chastain holds on to the lead on lap 213. Tight battle going on right now between the 1 and the 24. Remember, it took most of that last run for Chastain to catch Byron, so Byron has probably a much quicker short-run car on top of getting through the lap traffic maybe a bit better than Chastain has allowed him to reel the one car back in despite being about 2 seconds off the lead following the green flag stops. Still just over 200 people watching. Again, I appreciate all of you guys tuning in today. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the road to 5,000 subs. Our goal is 200 likes on the stream, by the way. We're at 113 so far, just past halfway. So we are on pace to getting there, and let's do it before the end. Now, with Keselowski staying out as long as he did, he was able to unlap himself on Chastain, obviously having slightly fresher tires. He's also passed a couple cars to get back to 18th, and he is pulling away from the 1 as well. Joey Logano losing another spot to Cindric. Logano now back to 26 on speed. Crazy how poor both of the Penske cars are that aren't Ryan Blaney, and then Blaney's been in the top 5 the whole day, currently in 3rd. I don't think the 12 really has anything for the 24 or the 1, though, but he's definitely, him and Harvick, the quickest Fords in the field. Harvick has actually gotten up to 4th place after green flag pit stops, but he is about a full 6.5 seconds plus behind Blaney for 3rd. So massive gap back to those guys, but then it's fairly tight between 4th and the rest of the top 10 is only about 5 seconds separate them. Art, music, food, life lived. Thanks for tuning in also. Penske has 1 top 5 in the last 6 races at Dover. That's with 3 cars in the organization. Well, they have 1 in the top 5 now, but the other 2 not having good runs at all currently in this race. They're running 3rd, 25th, and 26th right now. Crazy. Josh Berry lost some time during green flag pit stops as well. He was one of the last cars to pit, which I think definitely didn't help him. He was right around 12th, and now he's 15th. Chase Elliott gained some spots. He was one of the first cars to pit road, and that propelled him up to 7th as he's right in front of Ty Gibbs, and about a second behind Buescher for 6th. So this is as high as Elliott has been in the running order today, slowly chipping away, trying to get up there with his teammate Byron and potentially battle for a race win late. Blaney just trying to take care of his stuff right now as they're showing him on screen. He's 3.5 seconds off the lead, but there really isn't anything that he's having to battle for. He's got 7 seconds back to Kevin Harvick now. He's pulling away from Harvick, but he's just not able to keep up with the 24 and the 1, who are the class of the field right now. I'd imagine Larson would be up there too if he didn't get caught up in that accident. Chastain started earlier because at the time he was the fastest car on the track, even quicker than the 24, who has dominated the race in the laps led category. Has led 162 laps so far out of 221 that have been completed. It's the story of the early going of Byron's season last year, and it's kind of the story this year, winning and leading a lot of laps, but we'll see if he can sustain that over the long haul of a long NASCAR season. A little deeper into the year this year he's able to do it versus last year. He's cooled off a bit, but obviously having a strong performance again here today. He has now led, with the laps he's led today, over 600 laps on the season already in these first 11 races. Once the checkered flag flies today, we'll have 11 completed races. Obviously 25 to go, long way into the season still remaining, but we are flying through it very quickly. It's hard to believe we've already been about, 3 months nearly into the NASCAR season already? Wild. Kelly Jones, thanks for tuning in as well. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, hitting that thumbs up. Appreciate it. Sure, a lot of people may be missing out on the stream, work, school related. But appreciate everybody that has been able to tune in today. And again, hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. If you are new to the channel, listening to the first time, or maybe have been listening but haven't hit the subscribe button, helps the streams out a ton. 3 away from 4,100 as we speak. And of course on the road to 5,000. So again, Ross Chastain leads, William Byron second, Ryan Blaney third, Kevin Harvick fourth, and Denny Hamlin is fifth. That is the top 5. A lot of racing still to go. Final stage is 150 laps. And 17 cars on the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is another driver who has faded quite a bit. He was actually in the top 10 at the end of stage 1. Ran top 10 the entire first stage, but the second stage has dropped back a bit. He's in 17th, last car on the lead lap. And he's got about 24 laps left of the stage to try to hang on. It's going to be tough because the leaders are right there, and it looks like he just got passed during the commercial break. So, right as I was talking about him barely on the lead lap, he is now no longer on the lead lap. He is the first car, 1 lap down, though, so maybe he can catch the free pass. Not sure how far behind Michael McDowell is from him. Keselowski still a couple seconds ahead of the leaders and is kind of maintaining that gap. More worried about maybe Josh Berry going a lap down before Keselowski, assuming the 6 can get by the 48, of course, in a timely fashion. Sharitha Cooper, thanks for tuning in. They have a little, thanks Ross. So stupid. Showing a replay of the Chastain and pool incident that took out Larson. I mentioned back when it happened, too, that it seems like a lot of the incidents that Chastain has been involved in over the last year and a half or less here in the NASCAR Cup Series, that in all of them, he never seems to get taken out in them. And another instance where he wasn't today and now leads the race. Byron closed the gap right before the commercial break down to a couple car lengths, but now he's back to 1.3 seconds off the lead again. Ryan Blaney, who has consistently been between 3.5 seconds off the lead, is closing in on the 24, who is fading once again as the longer run continues. Again, that has been kind of the one struggle point right now for Hendrick Motorsports, has been the long run speed on the shorter tracks. The intermediate tracks have been fine, and I know Dover's considered an intermediate track, but only 1 mile race length, I kind of consider it a short track. It's a hybrid of a short track / intermediate. But the 1 mile tracks are lower. They have struggled on the long run speed. We saw it with the Martinsville race. We saw it with the Richmond race in recent weeks, and obviously we're seeing it here today as well. We saw it at Phoenix also. They were able to capitalize on various cautions, getting fast pit stops throughout the course of the race, but they were not able to obviously sustain the long run speed, and it looked like for a while there that some of the Fords were going to compete for the win. I know Harvick was really fast that day, and both the RFK Fords were having some solid days. Toyotas were quick. Yeah, they showed the Bowman tweet on the telecast. Sure, he's watching the race from home. The other drivers gained a lot of spots since the not only the start of the race, but the restart to start stage 2, which was the last restart we had, as we've gone over 100 laps without a caution now. Bubba Wallace, he's up to 12th. I think he was outside the top 20 on the restart. credit to Corey LaJoie also for kind of just maintaining around 11th to 15th the whole time too. Side-by-side break, commercial-wise, as we have just over 10 laps to go in the stage. Byron maybe trying to close on Chastain a little bit more again. He's got the lead down to 9/10 of a second. Chastain maybe dealing with lap cars of Eric Jones, it looks like. I think he's just lapped. So Eric Jones now in the free pass position. Josh Berry's moved up about 3 spots in the last handful of laps, getting back to 12th as well. He was in 15th moments ago. During the last break they had not that long ago. The monster's sleeping. He's taking a nap. He was feasting early, but then he ended up, I think he ate too much and got a little tired. Kind of like people would do like during Thanksgiving when they eat a lot of food in the afternoon and then they nap it off later in the day. That's what Miles the Monster's doing right now. He ate a lot of cars up early and he couldn't keep it down. Keselowski battles Corey LaJoie for 14th. And LaJoie will be the last car in the lead lap now in that 15th place position. Keselowski quickly battles Bubba Wallace. So Brad trying to gain some track position. Obviously lost a little bit staying out as long as he did. He's recovering on slightly fresher tires though by staying out as long as he did. So he's kind of getting those spots back. Lucky enough that the run has lasted as long as it has. And Chastain again building up a gap over Byron and Blaney. Over a second and a half ahead of the 24 car is Chastain. 1 full stage still to go, though. Things could change. Everybody's going to have to pit at least 2 more times the rest of the race, and then maybe more depending on how cautions lay out. So adjustments can still be made for those drivers that are maybe losing the 1 in the middle portion of the race. It's amazing watching the chunking of the tires as they go off into the corner. You can really see a lot of rubber being thrown around this concrete oval. Builds up quite a bit more on concrete surfaces than asphalt surfaces. Hamlin passes Kevin Harvick for 4th on track. Joey Logano back down onto pit road again. Unscheduled stop. Big battle between Harvick, Truex, and Buescher. Truex coming through hot, passes the 17. Harvick slides sideways in the middle of the corner, loses 2 spots, falls back to 7th. Truex back in the top 5. Now he's starting to show the same speed he did at the very beginning of the race. Running down Denny Hamlin quickly. He's not going to be able to catch Blaney. They're over 10 seconds behind 3rd, but Hamlin's within sight for 4th here to the end of the stage. And I've seen some a slight bit of rain on the camera lenses over the last 15 to 20 laps or so. It looks like it's building up slightly more and more, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as they get closer to the end of the 2nd stage. We are past halfway. I didn't think there was any rain in the forecast for today, but maybe something building up in the Dover area. Truex gets by Hamlin quickly on the outside. Hamlin no match for the 19. Truex to 4th now, late in the stage. And he is pulling quickly away from the 11. Get ahead a little bit and then back down some because he's only, he's still 10 seconds behind Blaney. I mean, there's no chance. There's only 4 laps. Even if he had 30, I don't even know if he could gain that much time. A long ways back. Hamlin should be able to hang on to 5th here before the end of the stage. Bubba Wallace is the first car lap down in 14th. Keselowski now battling Josh Berry for 12th on track. Those guys should be able to hold on in front of the 1. And Wallace should get the free pass position, assuming he stays ahead of LaJoie. Everybody will be pitting during the stage break as most of them split the stage in half. Maybe we'll see some 2-tire stops. It's going to be tough considering how long they have had those left side tires on the car already, and if we get another long green flag run, it'd be too much of a risk, I think, at the start of Stage 3. Final lap, Stage 2 right now for Ross Chastain in the 1. He has taken control of the middle portion of this race. Following, taking the lead away from Byron. 3 wide, right in front. Harvick's got an issue. He has just gone a lap down right at the end of the stage. Kevin Harvick is going to get the free pass, it looks like. Unless Wallace can clear him off of turn 4. He does. And Harvick's going to get trapped a lap down. I don't know what happened to the 4. Bubba Wallace will get the free pass, zooming by Harvick, and Harvick fell a lap down. I don't know if maybe he had a tire coming apart or not there on the last lap of the stage, but he was in 7th and then fell all the way to being a lap down. And now he'll get stuck a lap down as we are at the Stage 2 break. So Ross Chastain has won Stage 2 today at Dover. And it will be stage win number 4 on the year for Chastain. Byron won Stage 1 as they finished first and second in the stage. Byron second at Stage 2. Ryan Blaney finishes third in the second stage. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Denny Hamlin fifth. Ty Gibbs sixth. Chris Buescher seventh. Tyler Reddick eighth. Chase Elliott ninth. And Christopher Bell will finish and round out the top 10 at Stage 2. Again, Bubba Wallace free pass at 13th. Only 12 cars on the lead lap at the end of the second stage. No cautions, all roughly just over 120 laps by the time we went green from the prior stage break. So by far the longest green flag run of the day, and that's going to be tough to beat. We'd have to go almost green to the end following the Stage 3 restart in order to top it. So slightly over 120 lap green flag run there during Stage 2. It's not, I didn't even see that comment. That's not rubber chunks, it's watermelon seeds. Being traced down by Chastain, leaving a trail so he doesn't get lost. Not sure if we've had any newcomers into the chat recently, but thanks for tuning in. If you are just tuning in for the first time, we have just completed Stage 2 of the Wurth 400 at Dover, live on KRC here today on the channel. Be sure to like and subscribe. We'll be seeing some pit stops when they come back from the commercial break here. Once again, yeah, so 59.8% of people that have watched the channel over the last 28 days not subscribed. So definitely do so. You can see it right there. 59% are not subscribed. Appreciate you guys watching. Just hit that subscribe button. And we'll get to 5,000 subscribers here before long. Right around 200 people watching currently. I'll keep the poll up for a little bit in the chat. Oh no. Bob Pockers just squished a kid, I guess, in the plate. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Poor kid. Kid doing kid things, and Bob Pockers nearly squished an infant. The world's largest bouncy house, yeah. Good old Bob. Oh my gosh. Between that and the Brendan Poole interview are the funniest parts of the race broadcast so far. Bob just Chastained a child. That's great. That's great. That might be comment of the day right there. Thanks, Ross. Oh, jeez. Chase Briscoe back on pit road. He got into the wall middle of stage 2. They're making repairs. Even though pit road is still closed, it will open this time up for teams to service a car and make some more adjustments. Curious to see if anybody takes the wave around here and takes a risk. It's going to be tough. They're only going to be able to go about 30, 40 laps, but the cautions we have seen have been on restarts for the most part today. And here they come.
Ross Chastain just picked up his 4th stage win of this season. A little bit tight, but in clean air, he says he feels like he turns a little bit better on throttle. Just 4 tires for him. The 24, William Byron, too tight as well. He burned up his right rear tire. It's been interesting. The sun comes out, the sun goes away, and the cars change. Regan.
Truex Jr. seems to be making good gains on that race car as the day's gone on. Started that run good, a little bit too tight because of the rubber, though, was his biggest concern. And Denny Hamlin in the 11th car felt good. He needs to run the bottom just a little bit better, but he thinks the competition has caught up to them a little.
William Byron wins the race off pit road as he had a 1.1 second faster pit stop than Ross Chastain, who was the only car in front of him when they came into the pits. Great job by that 24 team. He's been masterful in the restart so far today, too. So it's going to be tough for the one to get around him. Took half the second stage to make the pass for the lead. We'll see what can happen here. Denny Hamlin loses 2 spots on pit road. Again. Blaney actually didn't lose any this time. Wow, that is a giant bouncy house. My goodness. It's like kids' heaven. They just showed an aerial shot of the bouncy house. I mean, that thing looks... That's monstrous. It is no joke when they say world's largest. Whether that's actually true or not, we don't know. But it's self-proclaimed, and they have an argument. Bob assaulting a child is not allowed. It was accidental assault, so it makes it okay. They said that he apologized to the mom and the kid and asked if they wanted an autograph too. So they declined but laughed it off, according to Mike Joy. We're at the end of stage 2, so that means it's time for our diecast showing. I'm going to show you guys the diecast that I just bought last week when I was at Talladega for the NASCAR race weekend. And it's my first Mark Martin diecast purchase. It's a 2000 Valvoline Ford Taurus. So yeah, I really like the scheme. The Valvoline schemes have always been great over the years. The Scott Riggs years, even honestly the recent one with Kyle Larson I do like. But honestly, obviously Mark Martin had the GOAT paint schemes. I don't think this one's quite as good as his mid-90s Valvoline paint scheme, but it is a pretty close second. I like the white. It really pops on this car. It has collected a lot of dust in the week that I've had it, unfortunately. It looked a lot brighter than this when I first bought it. But my goodness, it's everywhere. Need to dust my room or something. Yeah, pretty good one. So I figured I'd show this off. I like the blue wheels on the race car as well. I feel like around this time period in NASCAR, you didn't really see many different colored rims on race cars. I feel like they were pretty standard, like black most of the time, no matter what the paint scheme was. Nowadays, they kind of tend to change them a little more often, but maybe still not as much to match the paint schemes, but definitely cool. Helps the pop of the race car as well, so... There we go. Mark Martin diecast for this week on the diecast showing at the end of stage 2. I always like that font on the number 6 on this car as well. I'll give you guys another quick look at it. I was like this is probably my favorite number 6 font, honestly. They kind of had it similar on the 16 at Biffle back in the early 2000s too in his rookie year. And they kind of did away with it after his first season. William Byron gets the most stage points of any driver today with 19. Followed by Blaney and Chastain tying for second. Hamlin had the 4th most stage points, and then Truex and Buescher tied for the 5th most stage points today. Big for Buescher, came in last driver above the cutoff line on points. This may propel him a little bit higher in those regular season standings. I think it was just an error. He had gotten the free pass, So he had stayed out of the pits when the leaders pitted. I think that's why Wallace was scored at 6 there for a quick moment. I think that's why. He isn't. He's the last car to lead lap at 13th, and because he got the free pass, he'll be at the tail end of the longest line here on the restart. Byron on the outside of row 1 for the restart. Ross Chastain to the inside. Row 2 will be Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney, and then Chris Buescher and Ty Gibbs will be in row 3. We'll have officially 142 laps to go in the race when the green flag waves once again. If it's like stage 2, this could be the final restart. We'll see what will happen. Stage 2 is our 6th caution so far. And the green flag will be back in the air. Byron gets the launch. Not as good as his last few restarts, though. Chastain holds door to door into turn 1. Truex and Blaney also stagnated side by side behind the 24 and the 1. It's a drag race down the backstretch. Chastain drives it in deep, getting into 3. Byron on the outside, not going to give the 1 a whole lot of room there as he slides clear off turn 4. Truex to 3rd as he gets by Ryan Blaney as well. Gibbs and Buescher continue to battle for 5th. And Buescher will win that battle as Gibbs goes up the hill into turns 1 and 2. Actually had a pretty good drive off, stays alongside Buescher, and actually clears the 17 of the backstretch. Great job by Ty Gibbs getting into 5th. I thought he had that battle lost, but him going up the hill actually helped. It might have been intentional. Whatever the case was, whether he grabbed a gear or whether it was intentional or not, Gibbs ends up fending off Buescher for 5th. Denny Hamlin battling his own car of Tyler Reddick underneath him for 7th place on the track. All the Toyotas having solid runs today, all in the top 13. 5 of them in the top 9. But it's the 2 Chevys of Byron and Chastain that have controlled the field today. Byron won the battle on the restart and the race off pit road to get him into the lead once again. He has led the most laps. Both the cars have split the stage wins so far in this race.
He freed up. I think the track came to it a little bit sooner. He's the one to keep an eye on and gets this thing freed up enough where he can run, hold pace with these leaders, Chastain and Byron.
Top 9, single file. There's the first battle. Chase Elliott on the outside. And now he will settle behind Keselowski in 11th with Josh Berry 12th.
The other one that we haven't, we heard him talking, arguing on the radio, but Truex finally got his track position up front, running 3rd with these leaders. See what he can do with his own long run here.
With Bubba Wallace getting the free pass, that gave us 13 cars on the lead lap for the restart. And that includes all 6 Toyotas in the field, now running in the top 13.
Ty Gibbs in 5th place. That's pretty impressive out of Ty Gibbs.
I was wondering about him because I know how aggressive Ty can get on the racetrack. I mean, we saw him in those Xfinity cars last year, how strong he was. But he made some mistakes, you know, and made a couple people mad. And it made me think he's driving a little bit reserved. In his mind, I'd be thinking, he's probably thinking, just turn me loose, man. I want to go. Just let me go back to what I used to do in these Xfinity cars and drive my guts out. And I feel like he's being pulled back a little bit because I just see his driving style a little calmer than I know what he's got in him.
But I think that's what it takes to be successful in the Cup Series. You can get away with that in them short Xfinity races. You get to this is the big boys. Right? See, this has all the guys in it that you grew up watching, aspiring to race with. They race different than they do in the Xfinity Series. I don't think you can get away with quite as much aggression. I think that's why you see a Chastain and stuff like that get some of this, bad credit every now and then. You got to be able to, 95% gets you to the end of these longer races. If you run 100, 110%, you are going to not finish a lot of them. That's what Ty Gibbs has done very good of. Just slowly but surely understanding where he needs to be managing these longer races.
And here comes Truex. His last lap about 4/100ths quicker than Chastain. Second to third is going to be a battle here.
Yeah, this is as far up as we've seen Martin all day long. We knew he had the speed to get there. He knows he's got it. He's been telling us pit crew, just get me a good stop, guys. Get me to track position so I can show you what I got.
And James Smalls was right. It's all part of the plan. We're going to get there. Well, they're here.
Well, that's when he was trying to clean up the conversation, get it back in the right direction. But I will say this is, I'm watching Truex, and I'm trying to think, what would I do right here? I think you need to ride. You don't want to drive up. If you're not you're going to need to be 2.5 tenths faster than him and make a good quality pass on him. I don't see that in the cars right now. Don't get so far up, close to him that you're in his wake and wear your tires out. The opportunity's going to come as the tires wear out, and it's also going to come as you start to get into lap traffic. That's when you need to shine, and you need to take care of those tires to get to that point.
I sure would like to see what that car of Truex's would do if he moved up a lane.
You're going to see that. I think, again, your tires need to wear out.
There's Byron getting a little loose off the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Sure is.
And the sun keeps playing peekaboo with the clouds here, which maybe it's not as sensitive as an asphalt racetrack would be, but still, isn't there a sizable difference between sun and shade and trying to race through these corners?
Well, you watch him slip and sliding around out there, with that rear end hung out, and it takes me right back to the 4 car. That car was obviously too loose, harder on the right rear, and it didn't quite make that longest run last run there. Cost him a lap, on the lead lap there. It started to come apart, unravel, backed off of the gas, and went a lap down because of it.
Yeah, Harvick corded a right rear tire. That's why he dropped all those spots just before the end of stage 2, and is now 1 lap down in 15. William Byron leads Ross Chastain by 0.7 of a second.
Top 10 will look like this right now in lap 273 of 400. William Byron leads by 0.8 of a second over Ross Chastain. Martin Truex Jr. is in 3rd. Ryan Blaney 4th. Ty Gibbs 5th. Chris Buescher 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Tyler Reddick in 8th. Christopher Bell 9th. And Brad Keselowski is 10th. We'll take a quick break here. You're listening to this race live on KRC Today. Appreciate all the support. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We will end the poll now. 173 votes casted. Who will win today's race? You guys think it'll be anybody other than Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Larson? 55% easy landslide win there. 15% of the votes for both Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Larson. Larson, of course, out of the race. But then Denny Hamlin, well, I should say Larson in the race, but obviously many, many laps down after damage from an earlier wreck. And then also Denny Hamlin at 14% of the votes so far as well. So Truex looking pretty strong right now. He was one of the 2 spotlight drivers for the must-have picks today, and currently he is having a pretty solid run. Martin Truex Jr. in the 3rd place position. Kyle Larson was my other one, as well as my win pick, and he is 36 laps down in 32nd place right now. The 2 sleeper picks, Brad Keselowski back in the top 10 after recovering from a uncontrolled tire penalty. He is in 10th place. The other was Ryan Preece. He is 21st, so he is outside the top 10. 1 for 1 there on both those picks, so 2 for 2 overall. And then the don't have picks, I'm 1 and 1 also. Pick Kyle Busch did not have a top 10 today. He is in 22nd, and he is a lap down, has been since the end of stage 1 when they went with no tires. Lost a lot of track position. And then Denny Hamlin in 6th is in the top 10 as of right now. And with only 13 drivers on the lead lap, it's going to be very, very difficult for a lot of the drivers that are inside the top 10. Even if they have a mistake like on pit road or something, they're not going to fall back that far in the actual running order, but could take them out of a chance of winning the race, though, obviously, if they have to make an extra green flag pit stop to serve a penalty or even under caution, because they would have to restart at the tail end of the longest line. It's not the tail end of the lead lap, so you still have to minimize the mistakes. Now, next week's race at Kansas is on Fox Sports 1 as well, so if you're unable to watch the race, you can definitely tune in here. Again, our start time at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday for our live commentary live stream of our Kansas Cup race. On Saturday night, we'll be having the live commentary stream for the truck race as well, which will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Xfinity Series will be off next week at Kansas, but all 3 series will be back the following week for Darlington. Kurt Busch will be the guest commentator in the booth as well for Fox next week. Down to just a 0.3 of a second lead once again between Byron and Chastain. Meanwhile, the RFK cars will transfer positions to one another as Keselowski moves to 9th. Buescher back to 10th. About 6 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, couple Toyotas up in front of Keselowski that Brad's quickly closing in on as well. Speaking of quickly closing in on, Bell had a massive run off turn 2 before pulling to the bottom of Reddick. Getting into turns 3 and 4 as they'll be side by side. Now, it's not just Chastain closing in on Byron. It looks like Martin Truex Jr. closing in as well. Top 3 all within 0.6 of a second of each other. Truex is the only one of those that are actually widening their corner entry off. By the middle of the corner, though, he ducks right back down to the bottom. He's not trying to get that launch off the top side, off the exit of the corner. He is maybe cutting the corner off diamond-wise more so than a lot of other drivers I have seen so far today. But he closes on the one of Chastain. Truex trying to get his 4th career win at his home track. His brother, Ryan Truex, got a win in the Xfinity race after dominating that one on Saturday afternoon. A Truex brother sweep could be on the horizon. Truex has not won in over 50 races in the NASCAR Cup Series. About a 1.5 year winless streak. Trying to end that today. Look to the inside of Chastain. Couldn't stay there off of turn 2. Lost a bit of ground. Chastain had a nice run simultaneously on the 24. So Chastain now widens his groove out. Not running the bottom anymore on Byron. Chastain passed Byron about 50 to 60 laps into the last green flag run at the start of Stage 2. So far at the start of Stage 3, we're just under 40 laps into the run, but it definitely seems like the one is gaining a lot of ground since he has moved to the top, taking Truex's line away. Chastain gets to the outside of the 24 of Byron and will clear him off of turn 4. Ross Chastain back to the point at Dover for the second different time this afternoon. 55 laps and counting led for Chastain, and now Truex trying to get by quickly so he doesn't lose the one.
They're down here having a good time. Look at this. This is what happens when we have a rain delay. They have a lot of time on their hands, so they've got a pit reporter, they've got the cameraman, they've got my TV holder, and we've got one of the spotters. So, you know, they're down there working hard, both ends of it, TV and for their drivers.
Oh my gosh, look at that. That's funny. That really is. Well done.
That is funny. Truex gets around him now. Truex gets around William Byron with a good run on the top side.
I think William's struggling. His car's loose. Having to back off that thing, hold pace. Got to take care of these tires.
And like you said earlier, you saw William Byron kick that tail out about 20 laps ago. And I'll tell you what, when that rear end kicks out, you know it's not nailed. And it's going to start going away from you. And it looks like it has.
So, Larry, they've got at least one more shot on pit road. When do you want to take it?
Well, based on Stage 2 and knowing that this stage is just a little bit longer, remember Stage 2 was 130 laps, this is 150 laps. We went back racing with 142, so if you split it down the middle, somewhere around lap 325 to 330, remember the, let's just say, discussion between James Small and Martin Truex Jr., you don't want to be at the tail end of the green flag stops. You want to make that commitment early.
And here's
unscheduled pit stop for Kyle Busch, still outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the race, so tough break there on that 18 once again. Okay, so never mind. Mike Joy's just telling me in my ear that both the RCR cars actually took the wave around to try to get back on the lead lap, and they didn't catch a quick caution. Of course, Kyle Busch, though, with already having 2 wins in the bank, you might as well try it. Austin Dillon maybe a little bit sketchier of a strategy call. Ryan Blaney now going to get by William Byron for 3rd on the racetrack. And Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin also closing in on the 24, who just doesn't look the same here in Stage 3.
They had gotten that car to where it was getting better each run in the race. He finally came on the radio this run, though, and said, we're back really loose again. He's struggling with it. He's searching all over the racetrack, asking where other guys are at. Just can't find anything working for the 9 car right now.
So that's 2 of the 3 contending Hendrick cars. With Larson 36 laps down, reporting loose. Meanwhile, Josh Berry is a couple of tenths quicker than Elliott, 1 spot ahead of him in 11th, and having a very strong day. Jamie, how about William Byron?
Yeah, William Byron, he's been so good today. Led the most laps this season officially. However, he is falling off a little bit now. Just a little too free on the radio. Just saying the handling not as good as it has been most of this race.
Ty Gibbs to the outside of Byron off of turn 4. William going to give him a little room. You can really see him struggling off the exit of the corner. The rear of the car wiggling around a ton. And Ty Gibbs up to 4th. Great run. Looking for his first top 5 of the season. 4 top 10s so far. And he was one of the drivers just outside the cutoff line coming into the race today. The problem is he's trying to gain on Chris Buescher, who was the first driver above the cutoff line. And he is having a pretty stellar day as well. He's been in the top 10. Has scored more stage points than Ty Gibbs as well. Gibbs about 6 positions higher in the running order right now. And maybe, under the right circumstances, and a fast pit stop on pit road, maybe don't count Ty Gibbs out of potentially having a shot to win here today. Toyotas have had a lot of good speed, especially in the long run. And speaking of that, Martin Truex Jr., similar lap times to Chastain in the last lap, but he did close that gap back down after it took him a little longer to get by Byron than what it took for Chastain to get by the 24. About 100 laps to go. Chastain and Truex still battling for the lead. Full screen commercial break right now for Fox. I was really hoping they'd go side by side there because there could be a good battle for the lead going on between the 1 and the 19. Hopefully they can stay close together by the time they get back from the break so we can see that battle. But for right now, it is Ross Chastain who leads the field. Again, the top 10. Ross Chastain leads. Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd. Ryan Blaney 3rd. Ty Gibbs is 4th. William Byron now back to 5th. Denny Hamlin in 6th still. Christopher Bell in 7th. Tyler Reddick 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. And Chris Buescher is 10th. Kevin Harvick is the first car lap down in 14th for anybody wondering. He was in 7th and ran top 10 all day, but on the last lap or two of the final stage, or second stage, I should say, he ended up happening to look like a flat tire potentially. He was limping it around the backstretch, fell a lap down as a result. And then Bubba Wallace passed him right before the start-finish line to get the free pass. So that is why Harvick's a lap down despite being as high as 3rd at one point very early in the race on some restarts. Remember that Ross Chastain and Martin Truex Jr. last season at Dover got in a bit of a tangle when they were battling for 4th place, 3rd or 4th. I think they might have been 3rd place and 4th place at the time, but they were battling last lap. Chastain had to run on the outside, and Martin Truex Jr. pulled up a little bit. Chastain maybe could have cut him a little bit of slack, but stayed in it, got into the back of him, turned him on the back straightaway. Truex lost a bunch of spots as a result, and eventually went on to miss the playoffs by just a couple points on Ryan Blaney. And that's one of the instances where you could look back earlier in the season that maybe Truex could have made the playoffs if something like that didn't happen. Well, today, looking to capitalize. He's closing in on Chastain, slowly but surely. And if he can keep within this half a second gap he's been able to maintain with him when we get into the final pit stops, could have a possibility of leapfrogging him. Now, during the green flag pit stops we had back in stage 2, it was Chastain who had the quickest of them at the front of the field, which actually allowed for him to maintain the lead and actually extend it a bit over William Byron.
Making my head grow on that one. That felt good back then. That was a fun time.
Yep. Boy, you had your day here.
It's a fun era.
Again.
You got the chance to race in.
Thank you. My gosh, back in the day, 93 with 10 wins, and that right there, 94 with, 8 wins that year in the Ford. That was a good time. Well, we had it rolling, but I do miss it. I love what I'm doing now, so that's cool.
Well, Martin Truex made some inroads on Ross Chastain, and then he got kind of tangled up behind a lap car. Took a while to clear it, and that put him to about 7/10 back, and now he is right back after Chastain again. Within half a second of the race leader. Chastain's now been out in front for 74 laps as we're just inside 100 to go. There's Martin's day.
Yeah. He's the one I'm keeping an eye on now. I mean, for whatever reason, his teammate Denny Hamlin is kind of fallen off of that eye. But I think this guy is the one that's going to put some serious pressure on Chastain. They've had heated discussions on the radio. He's fired up behind the wheel. But Rusty, I was thinking, listening to you about the era. You were always a hands-on driver. Worked on your cars, built some of your cars early. What's Rusty been doing lately? Well, I get a chance to live it. We go riding a lot together, and your son Stephen Wallace. Pretty neat what you guys have been able to accomplish pretty short amount of time over there.
Yeah, we've had such a good time. We started this new company called Southern Country Customs. We're building high-end Harley Davidson baggers and having a great time at it. It lets us meet a lot of people, a lot of NASCAR fans. We'll be up at Bentley Warren's place in a couple weeks up in Maine for a big rally for the 100th anniversary of Laconia Bike Week. But a lot of NASCAR fans up there, Mike, as you well know, and Clint, all the places you and I have been, Sturgis, South Dakota, many times together and around the country. And it's a new thing I'm doing. I'm having a great time with my son. We're building some cool bikes, and it's a fun time.
Well, that's what's cool about it. Mike, you go down there, and you walk in the door, and you're going to run into Steve, and you're going to have, heavy metal on and wide open going on. What you're not going to realize is you're going to run into Rusty Wallace, greasy, hair all messed up, still got his readers on because he can't see nothing anymore. But it's him personally working on them bikes hands-on with his son. This kind of a family business way it started, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Is Kenny riding one of your bikes right now on the Kyle Petty charity ride?
Yeah, Kenny's got one of my really cool Harleys. He's with Cal Petty right now. I think they're out in Salt Lake City, Utah, in that area somewhere. He's got one of our Harley Davidson CVOs that we modified.
Very cool.
Really cool paint and all that stuff on, and so he's doing that right now.
Great stuff. Joey Logano's just made his umpteenth pit stop of the day as woes continue for the 22 team. They have been corning right front tires. Kevin Harvick is the first car one lap down. He's done a really good job of staying in the free pass position should another caution come out. He's the first car one lap down ahead of Corey LaJoie and Eric Jones.
It's not going to be long here, Larry.
Yeah, I feel like Clint probably in about the next 8 to 12 laps. What's going to be interesting? Who's going to make that commitment first? You don't want to be the last to do it because you just give up too much time.
Kind of like what happened last time, though. William Byron had just barely given up that lead and just elected to pit right then and there. I like that move. Unfortunately, the crew lost a second on pit road.
And we've seen a couple times already this season where in the final stage, during the middle of green flag pit stops in the Cup Series, that we have had cautions, in the middle of which allowing drivers who were maybe a lap down to get their laps back, and trapping drivers who had been on the lead lap the whole day a lap down, having solid days, and ended up not having solid finishes. So that could happen again, and if it does, we'll have to keep an eye on who maybe stays out to get the track position strategy. Brad Keselowski tried to do it in stage 2. He's a driver that typically does it on a weekly basis, it seems, so I would not be shocked if he does it, despite the fact he's rallied back into the 9th place position as of right now. Trying to replay of Stenhouse splitting the Penske Fords of Cindric and Logano 3 wide moments ago. Ricky a lap down in 17th. Cindric is a couple laps down in 22nd, and then Logano 9 laps down, scored right now in 29th. Last run, Chastain took the race lead away just before they got to green flag pit stops. That could be the case here with Truex battling the 1, as he has been behind him for a while. He's been within a half a second. He just can't get to him. Those cars are so equal with one another. Byron, meanwhile, has fallen back to 7th place. So just prior to green flag pit stops, your top 5 right now: Ross Chastain leads, Martin Truex Jr. is 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Ty Gibbs 4th, and now Christopher Bell is in 5th after passing Denny Hamlin a few laps ago. Side-by-side commercial break. We'll probably see green flag pit stops on the other side of that. You guys will get to listen into the pit reports for the final time today. It will be the final pit stop as long as we don't get any late race cautions, and then the plan of do you pit, do you not pit, 2 tires versus 4 could come into play, as we've seen again so many times this season. Although we have had longer green flag runs at the end of races, like at Martinsville a couple weeks ago, so maybe that happens again here today. And we don't see that kind of strategy plan come into place. XX Larry, thanks for tuning in. Logano started outside the top 20. He's been running there most of the day. He was up as high as 9th at one point in the middle of the race, but then something just fell off. Went from 9th place all the way back to outside the top 20 and has made numerous pit stops. He has a win already in the bank this year. I think they're just pitting unfrequently. They've had issues with tires cording on that 22 team, the right front specifically, a lot of load. Kind of saw that with a lot of the Fords at Bristol last year, but I haven't seen anybody else maybe have that issue except for Logano. Maybe that's what happened to Kevin Harvick potentially at the end of Stage 2, but he's been fine. He's maintained himself in the 14th place position after he went a lap down. He's still been the free pass car this entire restart. Bubba Wallace, though, about to go lap down, so Harvick is no longer going to be in the free pass position for long. Maybe a driver that's going to stay out as long as he can, trying to catch a caution. I would imagine a lot of lap cars are going to do that to try to leapfrog to get back onto the lead lap. But as far as the lead lap cars go, I don't know how many of them are going to try to stay out to catch a yellow. I can see both the RFK cars doing it. I think Josh Berry did that during the last stage as well. Everybody else, though, I think might come in. Elliott, even though he's outside the top 10 at 12th, he was one of the first cars to pit the last time. I'd imagine that may be the case again. Went from Hendrick looking strong there very early in the race with 2 cars inside the top 5 and running very fast. Byron leading all the laps he did to now none of them in the top 6. Toyota has been probably the strongest manufacturer for top to bottom today, as all their cars still in the lead lap and 5 of them in the top 8 right now. All 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas in the top 6. Running 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Sounds like Brad Keselowski will actually be the first to pit rather than the last to pit this time.
One of the 13 cars on the lead lap at the start of this green flag pit stop sequence.
And I think he pitted from 12 is what I think I saw there. So one of the last ones going a lap down, trying to create a buffer here for themselves.
Regan?
Well, that's exactly right, Mike. He pitted to try and get that little leapfrog by coming a little bit early. He's been quiet about the race car, and as we know, he had to dig out from that penalty today, and doing a nice job of that.
Chris Buescher in right with him at the opposite end of pit road, getting 4 new Goodyears and a tank of Silco race fuel. And this should draw most of the lead lap cars in within the next lap or 2.
And can Truex get?
Huge lap traffic in front of the leaders. Truex went 3 wide to the bottom, splitting the 21 of Harrison Burton as Chastain went to the outside. Chastain had such a big launch off the exit of turn 4 that he cleared Truex by a few car lengths. Truex saw the window of opportunity, went for it, didn't pan out. Reddick, Wallace, and Gibbs are on pit road.
And here comes Truex to pit road.
Truex is in also.
Oh, Harrison Burton spins behind him, sitting sideways on pit road. Is this going to be a caution? Needs to get it going here.
Burton trying to refire the
coming on the
machine.
pit road.
And he does. He gets away.
That's William Byron behind him. No caution.
Byron comes in and Burton gets it turned around. And we stay green.
That was close.
Jamie.
And William Byron, we're going to make some adjustments to this race for 24. 4 tires for him. Just a little bit free is the only feedback he's given so far.
Quick stop for Truex. Byron in and out. Burton makes it to his pit. Chase Elliott on pit road now, along with Michael McDowell.
See if Chastain comes in. He's going to slow it down.
Hamlin as well.
Road.
And Ross Chastain enters the pit. Tough pit entry here with the steepness of the banking, sharp transition.
One of the worst getting into pit road. Many people have messed up down there, Mike.
Well, because it's worth it. You have to go and push as hard as you can. Jamie, we got it.
Chastain, 98 laps led so far today. Just said he's a 1 or a 2 loose. So started getting loose late into that run. The 4 tires, air pressure here, Regan.
Then he handled the 11 car just a little bit on edge that whole run, but he still needs to turn the center better. That's what he has for help with.
Blaney is in. Christopher Bell was the leader briefly. Now he comes to pit road, and Josh Berry is the new leader. 4-tire stop for Bell.
Barry's staying out there, but look at the 19. That's the one I want to keep. If you're looking at the top of your screen there, 19's coming down on him. How are they going to come out? I think advantage goes to 19 to the lead. Round Chastain. That's
Truex pits 1 lap before Ross Chastain, and he will cycle to the race lead once Josh Berry ends up hitting pit road. Both him and Corey LaJoie are first and second, and Berry is now on his way to pit road. Maybe a slightly quicker stop for the 19 versus the 1 as well, but definitely pitted 1 lap before him. 2 laps before him, actually.
How did you stick to it, Jamie?
Josh Berry in that 48 car for the first 3 to 4 races. A 4-tire stop here. Just been tightening him up throughout the day. Been pretty smooth overall for them.
Quickly in and out for Josh Berry, and Martin Truex is now the leader. Larry.
Yeah, looking at the pit stops right there, the 1-car stop was about a half a second faster than the 19, but Clint, you nailed it. The difference was the 2 laps. The 2 laps further that the 1-car went.
Well, that was the whole argument we heard about. Held me 5 laps last time. Fixed that this time. We was the first one on pit road, and it worked.
So Corey LaJoie in 3rd, Eric Jones in 4th, and Ricky Stenhouse 5th have not stopped. Neither has Ryan Preece, Austin Cindric, or Eric Almirola. And among those multiple laps down, Todd Gilliland and J.J. Yewood have yet to pit.
Martin Truex last time talking to James Small, his crew chief, says, come on, man, give me a better pit stop, get me out front. I can lead this thing. And that's exactly what they did just now, just like you 2 guys have just said. He didn't give up that 5-lap advantage.
Yeah, that's huge. But he also hit his marks.
Yes.
That means he did everything possible coming on a pit road. I watched both of their entrances. He was pretty aggressive on pit road, but he hit it all, right? He got all of that entrance out of there. Guys did a good job in the box. Might just be the winning, Larry's winning combination.
The drivers that still have to hit pit road, Corey LaJoie, who has scored in 3rd. Eric Jones in 6th has to pit yet. Stenhouse in 8th. Those 3 drivers all have to hit pit road yet before the end of this rate, really within the last, or the next probably 10-15 laps at the very, very most. They'll all end up having to hit pit road. Truex trying to go for the Truex Brothers sweep this weekend at the home track of theirs at Dover Motor Speedway. We're 63 laps away from the finish yet. Chastain's still within 0.8 of a second of Truex, but Truex has been consistently around a 10th or so quicker than Chastain per lap. Blaney in 3rd place is about 6 seconds off the lead. Gibbs is about a second behind him in 4th once he gets by LaJoie, who is still on the older tires. And all the lap cars that tried to stay out as long as they could to catch a caution are back on pit road. Kyle Busch trying not to go 2 laps down right in front of Martin Truex Jr. Commercial break coming your way. We'll take a look at the full field running order with the green flag pit stops just finishing out some of them that were a lap down stuff to pit like Jones and Stenhouse, but I think they're the only ones. LaJoie just came into pit road. So Martin Truex Jr. has a 7/10 of a second lead over Ross Chastain at 2nd right now, lap 3:39 at 400. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd, Ty Gibbs 4th, Denny Hamlin 5th, Christopher Bell 6th. 7th place is Brad Keselowski, William Byron in 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, Eric Jones is 10th, Chris Buescher in 11th, Tyler Reddick 12th, 13th is Josh Berry, 14th is Chase Elliott, he's the last car in the lead lap. Bubba Wallace in 15th, Corey LaJoie 16th, Kevin Harvick 17th, Kyle Busch 18th, AJ Allmendinger 19th, Ryan Preece is 20th. Harrison Burton 21st, Austin Cindric 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, Derek Amarola 25th, Justin Haley 26th, 27th, Todd Gillen rather, JJ Haley 28th, Joey Logano 29th, BJ McLeod 30th, 31st, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson 32nd, Brennan Poole 33rd, 34th, Noah Gregson, Daniel Suarez 35th, and Ty Dillon rounds out the 36-car field right now with 59 laps to go. In the Wurth 400 at Dover, you're listening live on KRC, races live on FS1. More coverage coming your way. We'll take our final break of the race. Hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. About 250 people watching right now. Our goal was 200 likes on the stream. And as of right now, we are at 146. So smash the like button if you haven't done so already. We're quite a ways away from the goal. And we have well more than that many people watching. Appreciate everybody tuning in, though. Michael Ruiz, thanks for tuning in. Those that are newer in the chat that I've seen here recently.
Gain just a little more coverage for their team. They currently run second, 1 second behind Martin Truex Jr. as we come down to 55 laps to go here in Dover. The sun has just been in and out of the clouds all day long. 5 minutes full sun, 5 minutes full shade, and back again.
Yeah, and that plays in and out of your hand. You know, you get your old hot rod handling on a sunny, slick racetrack, all of a sudden it goes under the clouds, all of a sudden it takes off in a tight push. Really changes the characteristics of your car.
And
well, we had quite a scare at the end of pit road on the green flag stops here. Harrison Burton comes in behind Martin Truex and locks up the brake and goes around, pretty much blocking the pit entrance. Took him a couple of seconds to get that car refired. When he finally did,
watch this.
There's Bubba Wallace coming in to pit road with it.
That's a tire coming apart.
wow, look at that rubber flying off that right front tire. I mean, it was perfect time for him because he had to hit pit road. He had no choice. Right front tire coming apart.
I'd rather him do that, though, because that gives you a warning. You can hear that hitting the crush panels. Bah, 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 bah. That's that warning. Get out of here. Get it on pit road. Get it back to, safety instead of just blowing right fronts like they used to back in your day wrestling.
Now Wallace continues in 13th place, 1 lap down. Larry, coming up to 50 laps to go. How about the trends for today?
Well, I went back, Mike, and I looked at the last 5 spring Dover races. Well, remember, we did not race here in the spring of 2020 during the pandemic, and the way I see it, there's 2 drivers that hope like trends come to fruition. That's Martin Truex Jr. and Joey Logano that's ready to just get the hell out of the first stage. The average of the last caution is about 57 laps to go. We have had 1 overtime finish, though, back in 2017, so we'll see where it goes.
Okay. Yeah, a couple drivers in addition to Logano have had tough days. Joey is 7 laps down. Chase Briscoe 19 laps down after bouncing off the wall and trying to make repairs. And Kyle Larson got swept up in a wreck not of his making, but made repairs and came back out 38 laps down. So on the lead lap, here is Truex with a 0.6 of a second lead, running lap times that are within a 1/10 of a second of the second place car. There's Ross Chastain, who has led 98 laps today, second most.
Yeah, the interesting thing is right here. I mean, all these green flag stops, and you talked about the lap times they're laying down. I mean, you've already got Chase Elliott a lap down in 12th. Josh Berry in that 48 car we talked about being strong early. He's on the verge of going a lap down.
Ryan Blaney in 3rd, having a day completely unlike his Penske teammates.
Yeah, he's been real quiet all day long, but he's been up in the top 3 all day long, it seems like. And just another good, solid run for Ryan Blaney. He really needs that. He's had some ups and downs this year, but and Denny Hamlin. there's a guy that's been up and down too. I mean, running good right now, fourth position. Early in the race, we thought he was the main guy who was going to win this thing. He still might.
Ty Gibbs may be on his way to a top 5 finish here. 3 turners in the top 5, including the rookie. You're watching from his onboard camera there. And Christopher Bell had an issue on an early pit stop where the single wheel nut fell out of the gun. They had to replace it. Had a long stop, but he worked his way back, and he's been a top 10 car all day since.
Yeah, great rebound for Christopher Bell. Gibbs cars, talked about it earlier. You know, very impressed with the speed that they brought to the table here this weekend.
And Brad Keselowski, look at that. He's running great. Currently in the 7th position. His car just keeps getting better and better every week. A new organization last year put it all together, and him as an owner. And boy, I tell you what, they weren't doing too well, but now they've kind of got everything turned around in a better direction, and he's more consistent now, guys.
Bouncing back from that, wheel getting loose on him and running out, pushing it out in the pit area. But extremely held on tough on that last run, didn't go that lap down when that caution came out, and that made all the difference. Now he's in the top 10 again.
Now, William Byron led 193 laps early, the most of anybody today, but now he's drifting back to the 8th spot, and there is Chris Buescher in 9th. Again, another good day for RFK. Top 10 cars, both of them.
Ross Chastain's closed the gap once again on Martin Truex Jr. with 43 to go. Both cars chased their way up the racetrack through turns 1 and 2. Chastain's got a little bit bigger of a run on the 19. They get to battling. Ryan Blaney is 5.8 seconds back. Truex is trying to mimic the line of the 1. They both go to the outside of the racetrack again. I think Truex is seeing the 1 maybe a little quicker in the early going to the run once again. And he's just trying to protect the lead because he knows how difficult it is to pass. Chastain dives to the bottom of the racetrack now. Truex not giving him a lot of room to get there. And Ross Chastain, we know he's going to be aggressive with this, goes back to the top. Truex blocking up high. They're still running faster lap times than the third place car of Ryan Blaney, as tight of a battle as it is right now. And now there's a little bit of breathing room for Truex, about a 2 to 3 car length difference again, if you call that breathing room, over Ross Chastain. He had to protect heavily. Kevin Harvick about to go another lap down in 14th. He is the next lap car up ahead of Martin Truex Jr. 40 to go this time by. A lot of racing still left in this one for Chastain to get by Truex. Blaney's lap times are a little bit slower than that of Denny Hamlin. Ty Gibbs has also really fallen off after this last pit stop. He's back to 6th place now and is about 11.4 off the lead and about 3 seconds roughly ahead of Keselowski. Last lap, though, that he dropped, it was about maybe 2/10 slower than Hamlin, and it was actually a little quicker than Christopher Bell, so I don't know what's going on there with Gibbs. Maybe he just got out of rhythm, whatever the case. He has fallen out of the top 5, where he has been running for a large portion of the second half of this race. Chastain, after a few laps, has closed the gap back down on Martin Truex Jr., and I think the 1 car is a bit quicker at this point in the run. It is going to be difficult for him to make the pass. Truex goes to the outside. Chastain towards the bottom. Can't get underneath the 19 again as they remain nose to tail. We have not had a caution for incident since the Larson pool crash all the way back on lap, 82, I believe it was? So this could be the race for the win here. Neither of these drivers have won in over a calendar year. Truex went winless last year, missed the playoffs. They know how important a win would be to clinching a spot this season. And Ross Chastain in the 1 continues to hound the 19. We have no more breaks on our own right today. Fox is going to a commercial break right now. They'll go side by side. We'll keep the commentary coverage going. Top 5 with 36 laps to go. Martin Truex Jr. has a 0.3 of a second lead over Ross Chastain in 2nd. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. And Christopher Bell is 5th. This race can't get over soon enough if you're a Martin Truex Jr. fan, I'm sure. How long it has been since he's gone to victory lane. He did win the Busch Light Clash at the LA Coliseum this season, but of course not a points race. But he has gone to victory lane on a shorter track this year. Some of his stronger runs, or really Toyota's stronger runs as a whole, have been on these shorter tracks. Truex looking to capitalize on it here today. Josh Berry, last car in the lead lap, I believe is the car up in front of both Truex and Chastain. Truex runs the bottom. Chastain on the bottom right behind him. Similar lane through 3 and 4. Berry was on the inside as well. It's going to be the lane choice of what lane Truex is going to pick to try to get by the 48, and whether that will create an opportunity for Chastain to be able to pounce. And that goes for every other lap car Truex catches, whether they're already a lap down or he's going to catch them again, which this will not be the last lap car of the race, considering we still have 32 to go. But this is coming down to the wire. This is a good little battle between the 19 and the 1 right now. And I would imagine it will only intensify as the laps grow later and later. Truex maybe a little bit quicker than Chastain a couple laps ago. Chastain closed back in. That last lap was only 26 one-thousandths of a second quicker than Truex. Ran a 23.8 flat to Truex's 23.826. They have fallen off about 0.8 of a second from the original race pace, which the fastest lap by both drivers were ran of a 23.027 and 028. Truex has to go to the top, trying to run a different lane. Closing in on Harvick. My bad. I forgot Harvick is still in front of him. Harvick already 1 lap down. And then the 48 of Josh Berry is ahead of the 4. Truex on the bottom lane. Again, quicker. That last lap, about a full 10th quicker than Truex. Lap traffic maybe holding the 19 up a little bit. It is so difficult to pass at Dover over the years. Today, no different. Truex a half a lane to a full lane off the bottom. Chastain down to the inside. 3 car lengths off Truex at the line with 28 to go. Endangered Sense YTB, thanks for tuning in. Berry is now right in front of the 4 of Harvick. Harvick looks a little quicker than the 48. Harvick gets loose. He goes up the track almost into the wall. That makes for an easy way for the 19 and the 1 to get by. Big moment by Kevin Harvick. Did a great job saving it. He had ran the bottom for a while and had to go to the top to try to get by the 48. Now Josh Berry running the bottom. Slides off the bottom a little bit as Chastain gets closer. Both the 1 and the 19 get by. Chastain back up to the outside again, just trying to run a different lane as Martin Truex Jr. right now, looking to gain time. Truex is going to do whatever he can, that if the 1 gets close, to try to run the same line, whether that be the top or the bottom, if Chastain can continue to try to close the gap. Got 2 more lap cars coming up in front of the 19. One of them BJ McLeod in the 78. Tyler Reddick in 10th is the last car in the lead lap. Truex has about a half a second gap now built up over Chastain. They're fairly equal with each other. Honestly, there's some laps Truex runs quicker than Chastain, and there's other laps that Chastain just kind of reels him back in again. It looked like for a moment there earlier in this run after the green flag stops that Chastain was a bit quicker than Truex. Truex had to really fend him off for about a good 3 to 4 laps or so, and he was able to do so, and now again a little bit quicker. It looks like Truex was than Chastain that last lap. A lot more lap traffic up ahead of Martin Truex Jr. Austin Dillon pulls onto pit road. That'll be an easy way for the 19 to get around there. 38 car of Todd Gilliland is now next in front of the 19. He waves the 19 through into turn 1 to go to the bottom. Kyle Larson coming up, of course. He's not too fond of Chastain from this race today. I'm sure he'll let Truex by. It'll be interesting if he'll let the 1 by. There was one moment very early in the race, I think the first time the 1 caught the 5, where he didn't really let him by very easily, and I don't know with the race on the line here if he'll let him by easily again. 38 going to point the 1 down to the bottom. And Larson's on the inside in front of Chastain. That's going to hold him up. He is holding him up big time. He is blocking the 1 car in the backstretch before getting into 3 and 4. He blocks him again into the corner. Up the track, Larson is holding up Chastain. A little bit of payback, almost Denny Hamlin gateway-like from last year. And Chastain is now dropped from a half a second off the lead to about a second and a half off the lead. Larson holds up Ross Chastain. Chastain's got a bigger gap to try to run down the 19 now. I had a feeling that could have happened, and it did. 19 to go for Ross Chastain to catch Truex. But there is still a lot more lap traffic in front of the 19 and a lot of side-by-side lap traffic coming up. There's like 8 cars within a couple seconds in front of the 19 car. It is not over yet, but that does buy the 19 a little bit more breathing room. Chastain about 3/10 quicker that last lap than the 19 car. Push it hard. This is not going to be easy for Truex. 18 to go. Tight confines around this track. It's going to be tough to navigate through it. And there's a lot of lead lap cars in front of him too. Fast race cars. Reddick, Buescher, Gibbs. 8th, 9th, and 10th just up in front. They're going to be battling for position. Chastain, 7/10 of a second off the lead. Pushing the issue. He has closed quickly. He was a second and a half back 3 laps ago. He has closed 8/10 of a second on Truex in the last 3 laps. Reddick on the bottom in front of the 19. 2 Toyotas right in front of Truex. Buescher, Gibbs side by side in front of Reddick. Reddick has nowhere to go. Chastain within a half a second at closing into 3 and 4. 16 laps left at the line. Truex to the top. Nowhere to go. Reddick went there in front of him. Reddick side by side with Gibbs. Truex to the top. Gibbs going to let the 19 go. The 1 to the top. Gibbs slides up, trying to get in the way of Chastain, and he is able to do so off turn 2. Chastain into the back of Gibbs, almost knocked him into the fence. And Chastain gets by to the bottom. Now Reddick is on the inside lane. He's trying to battle the 17 for a spot. Slipped up the track off 4. 15 laps left. Points Truex to the bottom, and Truex gets by Reddick. Reddick on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Chastain to the top. Can Ross get to the outside of the 45? He does. Reddick going to cut the 1 a little bit of slack there. 14 laps left. Truex only about 3 car lengths ahead of the 1. Chastain to the top again. Truex not as wide as the 1 car through turns 1 and 2. Oh, Logano hard in the wall. He has spun. Right front down. He has had issues with cording to the right front all day. And the caution flag is out with 14 to go. I would have to imagine the right front may have blown out on the 22 of Logano. He's had issues with right front cording all day today, and he was about 8 or 9 laps down as a result, back in the 29th place position. Slight fire coming out of the exhaust of the race car. Logano hopping out. Tough day for the 22 team, and this will rack them and stack them one more time, ending the longest green flag run of the day, which stretched about 130 laps. The second of which that had about that long of a run. Backs it into the outside wall gradually. And I think he just hopped out thinking, there wasn't a lot of damage on the car, but I think knowing how rough of a time he has had so far today, that he was probably like, well, you know what, I'm just going to quit. No sense of trying to... And maybe he just lost it then. There was a quick fire underneath the race car while he was sliding. I don't know what the issue was there, but caution flag is out. There's definitely a fire underneath the hood of the 22 that they're still trying to put out as they're about to tow that car back to the garage. Tyler Reddick will get the free pass in 9th place Only 8 cars will be at the front of the field on this restart battling for the win. Truex, Chastain, Blaney, Hamlin, Bell, Keselowski, Byron, and Buescher. Saw debris. Daniel Powers, I see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Ross. Appreciate everybody that is watching the stream. About 300 currently. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. About 60% of viewers on the channel are not subscribed. Of those that have watched over the last 28 days, we have live commentary streams every weekend for the NASCAR Truck Xfinity and Cup Series, and we also have live streams during the week as well. Every Thursday we watch a classic NASCAR race for the track they're going to that week. You guys can vote on that in the community tab. With the race getting moved to Monday today, I'll have the poll up for you guys tomorrow for you to vote on for this week's Throwback Thursday. So we will watch an old Kansas race Thursday night this week as well. And we've got pit stops with the leaders. 4 tires, 2. That is going to be the interesting strategy calls.
Ryan Blaney, they left it to him. He's pitting. I think they may take 2 tires here. Meanwhile, they asked Ross Chastain in the 1, do you want to try what we did earlier, which was 2 tires? He said, these are worn out. We need 4 tires. Regan?
19 car frustrated that the caution came out, but you see the call for him, 2 tires there, and the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, said that I need the car to be a little bit tighter for the short runs at the end.
2 tires, James Small. Ryan Blaney got 2.
He ain't going to give him an opportunity to let him pass him on pit road. Have to do it on that racetrack.
2 tires stop for each of the top 3. Chastain took 4. Top 3 took 2 tires. Truex, Blaney, Bell. Chastain on back took 4. Keselowski gained a spot. He'll be 5th on the restart. So it will more than likely be Truex and Blaney on the front row. I'm surprised the 1 took 4. We've seen this similar circumstance a few times already this year, and the winning call has been 2 tires every time. I don't think, well, no, not every time. 4, what race was it 4 tires won it? There was a race 4 tires did win it. Was it Martinsville? No, it wasn't Martinsville. Maybe it was Martinsville. There was one race where 4 tires won the strategy call. But 2 tires has won it the majority of the time. So I'm surprised that there weren't more that took 2. Especially drivers further back like Bell, who was running, I believe, 5th. Blaney was 3rd. Truex was in the lead. Good call there for the 19 team, because otherwise he probably would have restarted 3rd if he took 4 after leading. It was going to come down between the 19 and the 1. It was a great battle through lap traffic, and now it's going to bring a lot more drivers into this race. There were some drivers that took the wave around that did not pit, those being Josh Berry, Chase Elliott, and Bubba Wallace. They'll be back on the lead lap. But they'll be on older tires at the tail end of the cars that pitted. I'd imagine all the lap cars probably stayed out to get a lap back. Not just them, but they were the only ones 1 lap down that didn't. And again, Reddick got the free pass. So he'll actually line up ahead of those guys, but I still don't think he's going to be up quite as high as the lead lap cars. So it's an 8-car battle. Not sure exactly how many laps they're going to have left. I don't know if they'll get 1 to go this time or not. But we will have a restart with a handful of laps left. Less than 10, but nowhere close to an overtime restart here. And hopefully this is going to be the final restart of the day. And it is going to be a drag race, as somebody mentioned in the chat already here recently. A race that was caution-filled in Stage 1 and the lack thereof in Stages 2 and 3 with nothing but long green flag runs. A great battle towards the end between the 1 and the 19. Truex was trying to fend off Chastain in heavy lap traffic. Both cars were fairly equal with each other on speed. Larson got in the way of... Larson and Gibbs got in the way of Chastain holding them up a little bit. Chastain went from a second and a half off the lead to about a half a second off the lead in the span of about 3 or 4 laps, trying to catch the 19 right before the caution came out for Logano spinning. Looked like there might have been a fire right before he had spun. I believe they'll be getting the 1 to go signal this time by, which means we'll have about 7 laps to go in the restart. And here's the choose rule, which is interesting because both the inside and the outside have been so equal, both in today's race and in the Xfinity race. Probably more so in the Xfinity race than the Cup race, but we have seen the inside lane prevail on 2 restarts in today's Cup race. Byron was able to do it once, and then Ross Chastain was able to do it once on Truex, who was on the front row earlier. This time it more than likely is going to be Blaney and Truex. 56 races since Ryan Blaney has gone to victory lane. 54 since Truex has gone to victory lane. Bell with a win. Behind him, Chastain. It's been over 36 races since he's gone to victory lane. He's in row 2. A lot of winless streaks on the line. Keselowski, row 3. It has been since 2021 Talladega, 2 years ago, since Brad has won a race. All in the top 5 for the restart. 7 to go. Pace car will be coming in this time. Field on the back straightaway. Just about to get into turn 3 at a slow 35 mile per hour pace. A lot of desperation going to be on the line here. Playoff spots on the line for drivers without a win. 4 of them in the top 5. Bell, the only car in the top 5 with a win. He is the points leader as well. And by only 12 points over Chastain coming into the day. Chastain scored a slight bit more stage points than Bell. Both cars need to make it to the finish, all things considered, to try to keep that battle very tight as well. Through the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Standing start. The 12 and the 19 are even as they roll into turns 1 and 2. Truex may be able to get a little bit better of a drive off. Blaney slides off the bottom a little bit. Almost makes contact. Still door-to-door off turn 2 as they battle down the backstretch. Chastain going to get by Bell. Remember, he's on 4 fresh tires. Blaney sails it off into the corner. Side by side for the lead. Chastain puts his nose underneath the 19. Can't stay there. Still door-to-door for the lead as they race into turn 1. Big block further back by Bell. Truex slides it wider into the corner. Trying to get a drive off. Blaney deep on the bottom. They touch off turn 2 as they still stay door-to-door. Truex battles clear. And Chastain on the 4 tires trying to get by the 12. He's going to get by him off turn 4. 5 to go. Can Truex hold on? Chastain clears Blaney. Chastain with 4 fresh tires. Truex with very old left sides. Blaney trying to block Byron now for 3rd. Byron also on 4 fresh tires. Battle not over yet, and the battle that was before the caution will continue late. 4 to go for Martin Truex Jr. to get the Truex weekend sweep at Dover. Bell going to lose a spot to Hamlin for 5th, it looks like, going into turn 1. Chastain a lot wider through the corner, really trying to arc it off, doing anything he can to catch the 19. Quick race pace for Martin Truex Jr. Quick enough that it may be enough to hold on. 3 to go. Crowd cheering Truex on at his home track. Chastain back down to the bottom looking to gain more ground, but he's in the dirty air. Keselowski loses a spot to Reddick, it looks like, for 7th. Two to go. Martin Truex Jr. is about a lap and a half away from victory. He's 5 car lengths ahead of Ross Chastain getting into turn 3. Next flag will end the race. Truex will get to the white. Now looking for the checker. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Still a half a second ahead of Ross Chastain. Fairly equal lap times for the most part. Chastain only 8 thousandths of a second quicker that last lap than Truex. He's 4 car lengths back into 3 of 4. It's too much to overcome. Martin Truex Jr. will end a 54 race drought and go to victory lane at Dover for the first time in 2023. Ross Chastain will finish second, Blaney third, Byron fourth, and Hamlin will finish in the top 5. Had to battle off Blaney on that last restart. Chastain for about the final 40 laps of the race, both before and after the restart as well. 2 tires the call to win the race for Truex to keep the track position. Great job by that whole team. And finally, Truex goes to victory lane. A feel-good story for sure for the 19 bunch. It's the first win for Joe Gibbs Racing outside of Christopher Bell since, Hamlin last year back in the spring? Coke 600, I believe. Bell's won 4 races in that stretch, and I don't think anyone else had won one since Hamlin in the 600 last year. Polish victory lap, it looks like here for Martin Truex Jr. Yeah, Josh Berry gets a top 10 today for Bowman in the replacement of the 48. Ran right around 10th most of the day. Showing a replay. What a battle between the 19 and the 12 as they were side by side for nearly 2 whole laps. Blaney was doing everything he could to stay in the gas as long as he could to stay alongside the 19. You could tell that because of how far he would sail it off into the corner. So close to clearing Truex on a slide job into 3 and 4. And I thought for a minute they were going to touch and the 1 was going to get underneath both of them, but that wasn't the case. They stayed side by side long enough that Chastain just had to sit and wait. And by the time the 19 was finally able to clear the 12, the 1 followed, but he was not close enough to stay with the 19 for those final 3 to 4 laps. The Ryan and Truex show. And now the burnout on the front stretch following the Polish victory lap. You'll get to hear some post-race interviews for other drivers in the field, as well as Truex. We'll go through the full field finishing order, fantasy predictions, and then we'll wrap up the stream after that during our post-race show. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Of course, we'll be back at it again next week at Kansas. Burnout still going on for Truex. Blew the tires off of it. I think you can tell he was ecstatic to win this race this weekend. Feel good story for both the Truexes this weekend in Dover.
Second win of the season. They won it on the dirt at Bristol. What a weekend for the Truex family. Just as the Wallaces did almost 20 years ago. Younger brother wins on Saturday. Older brother wins the Cup race.
And your dad's here with you, and your family's here. Yeah, you're at home.
You know Moore's family with you because of that?
All right, Regan Smith.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. for the 4th time at Dover. And now for the first time in 54 races, you are a winner again. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels incredible. You know, it's feel like we've been close a bunch of times, and we gave some away, that's for sure. Thought today, you know, oh man, a late caution, what's going to happen here? But just a great call by James to take 2, and then was able to get a pretty good restart and get Blaney there. He raced me hard, but clean. I'm out of breath. I'm breathing so much Goodyear rubber. But just thanks to everybody that stuck with us, all our fans, Bass Pro Shops, auto owners, racers.
Toyota, TRD, everybody all my personal sponsors. We knew we could do this. We showed it. We led laps. We dominated races, and it just would never all come together. And I kept saying that we got to just keep doing what we're doing and not overthink it. So tough day today with a few pit stops early, and then obviously the guys got to go in the end. So really psyched and happy for everybody. Just thanks everybody at JGR as well. Awesome job.
Truex brothers sweep the weekend. Your brother Ryan won on Saturday. You win today. Your whole family has been here all weekend long. How much more does that add to this moment?
It's just special, this is a special place, and it was such a big day for our family to see Ryan do that on Saturday. He's worked so hard for so long to get good opportunities, and it was awesome to see him take advantage of that. And then, for us, we've given away a few here over the years, and it feels nice to get one to come around our way for once. So just excited, and this thing was a hot rod. Just had to get it up front.
Martin Truex Jr., your winner Monday at Dover.
Both of them in the 19 car, and both for Joe Gibbs Racing this weekend as well. Here's Ross Chastain with Jamie Little.
Rest of the year led 98 laps. Were you surprised that the 2-tire call held you off with 4?
No, I mean, whoever got in the lead was going to have a good shot at it. Jamie, I first have to say I'm so sorry to Brennan and everybody at Rick Ware's team. I owe a big apology and a bit more. When I get home from Skip Arbor tomorrow, I'll head over there and talk to those guys and make some of that right. So, yeah, just, gosh, so close. Again, for our jockey Chevy, everybody at Trackhouse, and Advent Health, Moose Fraternity, Worldwide Express, and it's surreal to continue to do this and race against my heroes. I guess I told them a few too many of my secrets last year after we went fishing.
So it was a good day for Ross Chastain, second.
He finishes half a second back. How about Martin Truex? Last year he...
Well, we'll go through the full field finishing results real quick, and if we get any more interviews on the other side of the late commercial break here for Fox, then we will get that right back to you. Half a second margin of victory today for Martin Truex Jr. through this 400-lap, 400-mile race today at Dover. Great job by that 19 team. Really looked very fast in the final stage. He went on to lead 68 laps en route to his victory today. Ross Chastain finishes in second. Ryan Blaney with a close battle that last restart finishes third. William Byron fourth. Denny Hamlin fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Tyler Reddick seventh. Brad Keselowski eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. And Josh Berry finishes 10th. Chase Elliott 11th. Bubba Wallace 12th. Ty Gibbs first car lap down in 13th. Corey LaJoie 14th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 15th. Eric Jones 16th. Ryan Preece 17th. AJ Allmendinger 18th. Kevin Harvick 19th. Harrison Burton 20th. Kyle Busch finishes 21st. 22nd. Michael McDowell. Justin Haley 23rd. Eric Almirola 24th. Ty Gillen 25th. Austin Cindric 26th. Austin Dillon 27th. JJ Yeley 28th. BJ McLeod 29th. Chase Briscoe finishes 30th. 31st was Joey Logano. Kyle Larson 32nd. 33rd. Brennan Poole. Noah Gragson 34th. Daniel Suarez 35th. And Ty Dillon rounds out the 36-car field today. And it looks like we had a total of... Well, Larson technically finished the race. I think Briscoe technically did as well. So we ended up having 5 DNFs with Logano crashing out in the late going. William Byron, 193 laps led today of the 400. Led the most, won stage 1. Ross Chastain led 98 laps and won stage 2. But Truex again wins the race leading 68 laps. We had a total of 7 different drivers who led laps today. And with those 7 different leaders, we had 22 lead changes, 7 cautions for today's race. Average race speed of 110.59 miles per hour, in the total race time, 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 46 seconds. So I will now head, got to get that back up there real quick. Predictions. I gotta go back. Alright, so Must-have picks. I had Martin Truex Jr. as a must-have pick. Ended up winning today's race. So obviously I was correct on guaranteeing him a top 10 finish. I also guaranteed a top 10 for Brad Keselowski, one of the sleepers. He ends up finishing 8th. Ran there most of the day, despite the fact that they had a uncontrolled tire penalty that sent them back in traffic earlier in the race. Denny Hamlin, one of my don't have picks, ended up finishing 5th. Had a good car. Ran pretty much... He ran as high as 2nd at one point. I don't know if he actually ended up leading any laps today, but he did end up running pretty much between like 4th and 6th most of the finish of the race. So I was wrong on that pick. I was right on Kyle Busch not getting the top 10. He finishes 21st. And I had Larson as my pick to win the race. He was a must-have. Obviously, with that being said, finishes 32nd. So I was wrong on him. And the other sleeper pick I had was Ryan Preece, who ended up finishing 17th. That was pretty much about as high as he ran most of the day. I'm not putting Ryan Preece as a sleeper again. I did that at Martinsville. I did it here. It bit me both times. So until he starts to actually get good finishes, I don't think you'll see him in the sleeper pick anymore. He kind of bit me twice there. Had him in the fantasy team, too, so that definitely hurt. Speaking of the fantasy, you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the mobile app or website. Any link on the NASCAR website, no matter what page you are on, you can go to Quick Links, Fantasy Live, click on it. It is free to join. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing, if you win the regular season or playoff championship in the league championship standings. And as of right now... here was a look at my team for the week. Unfortunately, I did not get to my garage in time. I would have put Chastain in for Larson. That's my fault, not paying attention to it. So I was wrong there. Elliott had an 11th place finish. Not terrible run, decent. Truex was obviously good for the team. Keselowski was good. I should have had Chastain in for Larson. Definitely would have benefited from me. Had Elliott over Chastain. I was wrong there. I got the bonus points for Buescher beating Briscoe. Had Keselowski ahead of Blaney. That wasn't the case. I did have Bell ahead of Harvick, so 20 bonus points for me total. Enough talking about me. The league standings coming into the week. Top 5, not an Elliott fan. With 1,973, he was the season points leader. Inside Uranus second with 1846. 1819 for P-Sham Motorsports. And I was 4th with 1814. 5th place, Dark Crypto, 1670. So top 4 within a tight battle coming into the week. As for the standings this week specifically, Monster Jam X10 will get the win with 223 points. His team consisted of Chase Elliott as well. Christopher Bell was on his team. He also had Keselowski. He did have Chastain over Larson in the garage, which I did not. Byron had the most points of any driver today, scoring 19 stage points and finishing 4th. He had him on his team as well. War Given, Buckeye Racing Team finishes 2nd with 201 points. PCI Motorsports finishes 3rd with 194 points. He had the highest amount of points this week of anybody inside the top 5 in the league standings coming into the week, so he'll be gaining some on the leaders. Derek Booth, 4th in points this week with 186 total points, and then Not Nelly fan, who came in as the points leader, finishes 5th with 180 points. I ended up 9th with 158. So that is going to wrap it up. There's no more post-race interviews. I think they have the regularly scheduled programming going on FS1 right now. So appreciate everybody that tuned in today. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as usual on the channel. It was a fun one. We had a lot of people watching here on a Monday nonetheless. Appreciate that as always. We're at 165 likes. The goal was 200. Would have hoped to have gotten that more, but I think with it being a Monday race, that probably didn't help. But thanks, everybody. I will see you guys next time, and have a good rest of your Monday afternoon. We'll have the streaming schedule up on the channel sometime in the next 24 hours, as well as the community tab poll for which race you want us to watch for Throwback Thursday this week, Kansas edition. See you, everybody. Have a good one.